We're in business.
Huzzah.
Profanity.
Thing, why are you electric pink?
He was that last time, was he not?
I don't know.
Because Lockhart didn't like the color I was last time, so I changed it.
Oh.
All right. Stuff. Okay. We are back to Shattered Star.
Hooray!
Yay!
We're so awesome.
Hopefully, I'm prepared enough for tonight.
Are we going to have an info dump, Lockhart?
There'll be bits of that, yes.
Somebody other than me needs to write notes then. My hands are full of pizza and then...
Well, I am trying to hopefully make nice, updated, little notish compendiums.
Yeah, I keep getting emails from that thing.
Do you get emails from it?
Yeah.
Like, many of them, or just a couple from when I did stuff that one day?
I've had a couple. It's kind of cool. Also, Ruby gets emails.
Excellent. So, when we last left off, who was inserting the Ironstone?
I believe Hal, since this looked like his kind of shard.
Yeah, let's do this thing. Oh, hang on. No.
What?
I think whoever inserts the Ironstone gets vision, as we recall, right?
Thank you. I think Lindsay had to concentrate on it or meditate on it before.
It's possible. So who? It's okay. So you've put the Ironstone in. Someone has gone to info dump that this is a really cool item.
Somebody's got... Yeah, it's a cool item.
And Sheila Hydemark is anxiously waiting one of you to concentrate on it and find out where the next shard is.
Thing, concentrate on this.
Oh.
Excuse me. Gary the Elf, concentrate on this.
I will commune with the shard.
So, since it is activated and you have time to just concentrate on it, you start to receive a vision of the whole of Galorion before you that quickly focuses in. You can see the continent of Eurasia pass you by as it focuses in on somewhat southern protrudence of the continent.
Southern protrudence.
So we're still on Veracia in this vision. Good.
Yes. You see...
Ooh, there's a picture.
A towering statue of a beautiful woman holding aloft a stone scepter with a blue flame at its tip, standing atop a bluff surrounded by a tangled seaside swampland.
Hey, Lockhart, you sure you aren't playing Maiden Mother Crone here?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure.
Just checking.
Is that Sortion?
You can make me a knowledge geography check, and if you wish, a knowledge history or arcana check.
Let's see. Geography. No, let's go for Arcana.
Don't you have one of those things that let you try stuff untrained?
Yeah.
That
Well,
wasn't correct.
Geography
No.
was the 11. Arcana is 34.
Really? Your geography was the 11. Okay.
We're not finding it, thing. I was just about to say, you know, if we have to figure out where it is, that seems to be a bit of a metagame problem if we're actually crap at geography.
Yes. You can recognize that this is Sortion, the Rune Lord of Love, or as she's come to be known as, the Rune Lord of Lust. You have no idea where this is, though.
Southern Veracia, statue near the water.
Yes. Were you able to see anything? Where is the next shard? Is it still in Veracia?
It appears to be in southern Veracia, a statue of a Sortion with holding aloft a blue-tipped scepter.
It is a rather large statue.
Large, impressive statue.
When you say large,
should be
you mean
known.
like we can go inside it large.
Yes.
So it is the
that-
maiden.
That should be a known item.
Oh dear, you guys are gonna be in so much trouble later on.
Why do these DCs get harder?
Maybe.
So I'm going to actually have to focus in on geography a little bit more, huh?
Let's see. Does Sheila have geography? She must have geography. Nope.
Time to hit the books.
Indeed. We shall have to try to discover this. I, too, will try to put together my research and notes on whatever I can, and hopefully I'll be able to tell you the shard that you seek.
Oh, can I do
However,
history?
if it is a-
You said history too, right?
History is more so to identify who it was, which
Oh,
would have
okay.
been like a very low DC. Geography is more to know where this thing is.
South of us, in
Nature.
somewhere with water and a bulgy bit. I can find that on a map.
Does anyone else have trained knowledge geography?
I get like 3 skill points a level.
What about nature or local?
Vorasia's local.
At a higher DC, I would allow local. So if you want to grab the shard and concentrate yourself.
I have some local. Unfortunately, it's only as good as my geography.
Let's have Misaki have a chance first to see if her knowledge.
And if her avian direction sense can.
No.
I should have abused guidance, and it wouldn't have helped still.
You kind of think you've heard of people mentioning her image in some ruins and stuff, but you can't recall hearing of anything of this size yourself nearby. This might be something to hit the books on southern Vrasian locales and stuff like that.
Oops.
Books. There is a library at Hydemark Manor.
To the library.
Yay! Library use checks. Oh no, wait, wrong system. Lockhart, did we wrap up everything? I don't remember reporting to the dude that lives here and getting a big pile of experience.
Well, no, basically we decided that you guys take a week or so
That's what I figured.
So basically you go through, you write your stuff, you revise, you draw your maps, you go back to the keep, you
Yeah, we
take your
yeah.
wall shading sort of things, charcoal.
I got you. So we're working at the same time as trying to find out where the next one is.
Take 20 on all my sketchings.
We're going to take that chick back to find out where that lady is.
Oh yeah, basically during this week, any sort of miscellaneous things you want done in Magnemar can happen too. If you want to meet up with any of the NPCs or discuss stuff with them, or order any magical items like that.
Does anybody have magic item like money left?
I have 2,480 gold.
So it is about, what would it be, midday or so? You guys kind of went down there, finished up, and came back, didn't you? So if you want, you can spend a few hours in the library to get an additional geography check. Basically, you can make it untrained. However, if you have it trained, then you can get a +2 bonus from the library.
To the map room.
But it's kind of, will represent taking your research sort of for the day kind of thing. So who is doing that? Who is doing something else?
I'm all but useless, but
It's not a high DC, but still, an 11 and a 15 with a non-associated skill are not going to do it.
so I can't basically help him because I've got no training in this.
No, but if you search in the library, you can still make an untrained check.
Okay, then I'll help him in the library and I'd attempt to aid him.
Okay.
And I'll focus in on features of southern Verasia and correlate with the Rune Lords and Sorceon.
All right. So, can I get a roll for aid from Niramor?
Yeah. What's it? Is it? I assume it's int, right?
Int, yes. Misaki. What is Misaki going to do then?
I will aid. What do I need to roll aid?
So you can make an intelligence check too.
50.
That will be a successful aid.
Woo!
He's got the smart shard.
So I'm just adding my normal int.
I suppose you also get the +2 from that shard.
Because it's still a skill, right?
Yes.
With +5.
That's a kick-ass shard for a thief.
Yeah.
Okay. So thing, between the time in the library and 2 people helping you, you'll have a +6 to your regular check for this.
All right.
My goodness, do not fail this.
No pressure.
And then the campaign derailed because I couldn't figure out
Where else to go.
That is good enough.
So funny.
That is good enough, but it is kind of hilarious.
Oh yeah, big ass statue to the south.
Oh yeah, that big ass statue.
Lighthouse.
Right?
Might this be the name of the second book even? I should have added that into the search.
I reach out into the meta universe and check out the title of my adventure to be. It is indeed the Lady's Light, located in the hinterlands to the south, in an area called the Mush Fens, which is basically a large swampy sort of area.
Mush Fens.
Mush Fens. It is known to basically be, while some scholars presume that there are certain monuments that used to be statues but have now been shattered so that maybe only a foot or something remains. This one is fully intact, but because it's kind of in the middle of nowhere and, I mean, not particularly easy to get to, it's, for the most part, been ignored. It's just a natural lighthouse that people stay away from. And in fairness, most fishermen, being the superstitious lot they are, tend not to want to go near it and whatnot.
Well, Mush Fens, that sounds like bogards and disease and all sorts of fun things.
All sorts of fun things.
Boggards.
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 Um,
You mean bullywugs, right?
As long as they don't have clouds of Pugwumpy with them.
Pugwumpies.
Annoying little things.
Bullywugs. So, hang on, a question. If we're going to a swampy area, what about Cogsworth?
what about Cogsworth?
Is he all terrain?
You could walk him out into the bay and find out.
He's not particularly well. He's
I mean, if we're going to be tromping through the swamp, how useful is he going to be? Or is he just going to sink?
He's clockwork, so in theory, I mean, well, mind you, I should say that because clocks are actually fairly water. Well, no, isn't the water problem more so for electric-powered watches?
It's not the water I'm concerned about, it's all the crap in the water.
Rust, crap, and gearage.
No. Oh, look, there's a big pile of floating crap stuck in my clockwork.
We can seal up all his seams with beeswax or something. Yeah.
We could build him a case.
There would certainly be concerns as he is right now. He does not look like something designed to be an amphibian vehicle.
I also had something I wanted to check. It occurred to me between games.
Yes?
Are there any nets in his net launcher?
No.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Lockhart.
Okay.
So we just need a bunch of badass magical nets or something.
We assumed that he generated them, but I bet we have to load him. It occurred to me that he's not fired the net launcher even in ranged combat, so I'm guessing he hasn't fired it because he doesn't have any ammo in it.
If you're taking the time to examine it, you think basically that if you can kind of attach a coil of rope and a net to it, he will in theory, be able to sort of retract a net once firing it. It's a sort of wind-up thing. But there is currently no net or rope inside there.
Bah.
Does he have a multi-net magazine or?
No, just the one.
Multi-net magazine.
5 nets. If the Drow built it, it would have multi-nets.
Every now and then, Sheila kind of takes a few moments to just pull a few books on clockwork history and is kind of trying to trace the origins of Cogsworth as a little side project when she gets bored.
Also, while we're doing library-ish stuff, want to check out who might that be her Elasnist's opponent in that mural.
Okay, well that can wait for another day. Basically,
Yeah.
today you found out where you're going next. Anything else? I mean, you've spent most of it studying, but anything else you want to accomplish on this day in particular?
Cure Masaki of whatever's ailing her that we don't know about yet.
In fairness, it does look like some of you do have some hit point damage.
Oh yeah, might as well burn off the last of my enough spells to heal up everybody.
You can just, say you burn them off and everyone gets nice and healed. Everyone heal up to full.
I mean, that doesn't happen just automatically when we come to town.
That's right. That's exactly how it happens.
No. It's after you rest at an inn and hear a little sound. Do,
Yes.
do, 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 do.
Is that how it works? Do.
Yes. Haven't you
Hey.
played old school JRPGs?
Hey, Masaki, what's your maximum hit points?
115.
What are your actual maximum hit points?
$36.
Wow.
All right. So, if there's nothing else, then that evening, as Gary the Elf is walking into his
Trap.
room to prepare for his little elf meditation time, or whatever it is they do in Pathfinder, there's a familiar-looking face kind of sitting on the window, smoking a rolled-up cigarette.
Oh crap. I forgot.
You did summon this dude, didn't you?
Yeah.
Why were you summoning him again?
He wanted to sell poison.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That stuff that got stolen from our pack.
Technically, it hasn't been stolen yet. Did we? We didn't actually sell that yet, did we? I
No.
don't think so. Okay. Hi. Heard you wanted to get in touch with me. Plan to go somewhere interesting?
Oh, not yet. Still hanging around town for a while, but found some.
I mean, just so we understand, I mean, I do like to be friends, but I mean, a little space here. I mean, just 2 days in a row. I mean, I know I'm handsome, but I really don't swing that way.
Well.
Thing, are you trying to pull the creepy man?
Well, we ran across a few items we thought you might be more interested in. They're ill-suited to our normal venues.
Well, what kind of items? I mean, I tend to have some fairly reputable sellers, and I don't mean anything against you, but sometimes the origins of stuff I get from Pathfinders or other adventurers get me in a little bit of trouble. You know, people looking for them.
That shouldn't happen for this unless you deal with Darklands folk much, and most of them aren't around anymore.
That's kind of eyebrows raise up. You got stuff from the Darklands? That's moderately impressive, actually.
Those were amazing. Damn right. Huh.
So what kind of stuff are we talking about here?
Oh, where did I jot the names down?
They're probably on the thing.
Yes, we didn't have the actual chit list. We had...
Hang on.
Idma, striped toadstool,
Got it.
flayleaf, hesh.
I think you guys, well, I think you had decided you were keeping the drugs for in case they came in handy.
Oh, that's right.
As bribes or whatever. But I think the poisons you were trying to sell.
Yes.
Yeah,
We also
unfortunately, I didn't mark
have
which
12
ones
yeah.
are poisons.
You have 12 vials of blue stuff as well, which is very cold.
Hmm.
Ah, yes, blue stuff.
I believe wasn't Citalesh extract a poison?
Uh,
Oh no, striped toadstool, flayleaf, and pesh are drugs.
No, not technically.
No.
Striped toadstool is a poison.
Mhm.
It's just one of those that you would kind of think is like a drug-like poison. Like, it's not good stuff.
Oh yeah, we have Idmos, and we have flayleaf, and we have pesh, and we have Citalesh extract, and we have blue vials of blue cold stuff. Thing, do you have alchemy as a skill?
No.
Okay. Because we have a Masterworks Alchemist's kit as well.
I'd considered taking it, but I couldn't remember if Misaki has that. So far, I've been putting my craft into sketch.
Masaki, do you have that?
Have masterwork what?
Do you have alchemy as a skill?
I don't think so.
It would be craft alchemy.
Nope. No, sir.
No, sir.
Well, Thing can try untrained because of his skill thing.
Hmm.
And you actually get a bonus for it, don't you? Or did you just get a try on skill?
Well, I get +2 on knowledge skills. I can try all
Isn't
all
that
the
craft
crafts.
as well? Or profession?
I think it is profession. +2 on knowledge and profession.
So not quite.
No. Profession alchemist, sure. How to run an alchemist shop? Sell stuff? Yeah.
So what are you actually bringing out and trying to show him and get him to buy, as it were?
Let's see. Probably the striped toadstool, and was it the flayleaf is a poison? That sounds poisonous.
Idmos. Flayleaf
Idmos.
is more or less a sort of marijuana, basically.
Okay. So
It
the
causes
non-recreational.
It causes a little bit of mental damage and makes you fatigued.
And I guess I could bring out the cold blue stuff since we don't have an idea what that is in case he recognizes it.
Okay.
Is that a good idea?
You kind of
Building bridges here.
Giving away our secrets here.
he takes a look at it. Interesting. So, how exactly did you get this from the Darklands? Is this like a regular thing you're trying to set up with me here? A one-time thing? Am I expecting Drow to be showing up at my door like some sort of boogeyman?
This would probably be a one-time issue. We actually ran into a party of Darrow.
All right. Sorry, did you bring out the Citalesh extract or not?
Yeah, sure. It's no use to us. I'll pull that out too.
So this is that Darrow Citalesh stuff. I've heard interesting things about this stuff. All right. I admit, I didn't think that you were going to be a supplier, but I can work with that. Though, I mean, far be it for me to say I am interested. If you know you're heading somewhere, let me know, and I'll see if I can't line up any little side gigs for you. But anyway, what I want you to do, because, well, let's just say it's not necessarily the safest thing for me to be walking down from here to where I plan to spend my evening with a whole bunch of strange vials on. If you could, head to the Locksmith Guild at Beacon's Point. Ask for Dallas Genoard.
Dallas Genoir.
Yes. Discuss what it is you're selling, the prices. Don't do the exchange there. He'll set up a spot for you, probably somewhere in Lost Lane. Then, during the evening, you find the spot, you swap the stuff for some gold pieces, you're on your way.
Sounds straightforward. Thank you for your assistance.
No problem. Thank you for being a nice supplier to the Night Scales. And with that, he kind of smudges out his cigarette on the windowsill and pops down and disappears into the night.
I'm going to get jumped.
Really?
Probably not in the fun way.
Oh.
Well, you denied getting jumped in the fun way when you were trying to get a hold of this guy.
I haven't learned to cure disease yet.
It's true. So, are you planning on going tonight or not? Are you planning to go by yourself or not?
Well, Silver Justice probably wouldn't want to be on that run.
Where am I going?
It sounds like you're not going.
Where am I not going?
To the locksmith guild to...
Sell some poisons.
It depends. If you're going anywhere, and you're going to be stupidly in danger and soft and stupid, then I would go with you.
Well, you're not going to follow him everywhere he goes around town.
I agree with that, but if he's nervous walking into a bad area, he's not going to go on his own either, is he? You've got to remember, this is Gary, the 15 feet behind the party. Elf.
Yes, but whether or not he shows himself to be nervous or not is... How high is your sense of motive?
Mine?
Yes. Maybe you could see if he's nervous.
I have an 8 in it.
Oh. Mind you, at the same time, Brunsk is still kind of about. Since
you've still got Brunsk. You should be fine.
That's true. Because if Brunsk wants to go out for the night to visit the locksmith and whatnot.
Are you and Brunsk going on a date?
Brunsk, no kiss, first date.
Just the sex, no kissing. And you pay up front.
Well, he is a javelin wielder.
Brunsk always use shield.
That's right. He's not. He doesn't like getting his spam javelin out for you.
So, tonight, tomorrow, or never?
Probably tomorrow, so I'll be full up on spells since I've been healing some people today.
All right. Fair enough. So we're on day number 2. On this day, what do you plan on doing? This is the day where Misaki's sword should be ready.
Woo. The Sword of Misaki, finally magical and amazing.
If you're trying to find any particular research points out of the crow, you can pursue it. If you want to talk to Sheila or her husband, or try and track down someone. Actually, sorry. Someone's not feeling well on this day.
Oh.
What?
Misaki looking a little under the weather.
Lindsay.
What? But I didn't even drink anything.
This is from the accuser devil biting you, I believe.
Accuser devil.
I don't remember that biting me.
Yeah, I don't remember it either, so it can't possibly have happened, my love.
Oh dear.
Ouch.
That is 4 points of strength damage.
Ouch!
You are feverish and weak, and your muscles feel like jelly. You have devil chills. Make me a fortitude save.
That's not good.
Unless, of course, before you make your save for the day, you want to do something that will
Like, get that alchemist's whatever
Yeah, do we have any of that left?
sort of epicac.
I don't think so. You had to buy a fair amount of it to get over that last sickness.
Yeah, we were buying it in as we needed it.
Yeah.
What's this thing called?
Devil's chills.
Sounds beautiful.
You feel absolutely horrible. It's the worst fever and chills and muscle pain you've ever had.
How much was that stuff?
It was relatively inexpensive.
Is it like 5 gold?
However, the thing is, it's only a bonus per save. At this, you may even be able to afford a cleric to just remove disease on her.
How much is that going to be?
Second level spell?
Mm-hmm.
Third, I think. Well, it is for me.
Third level caster? What would that be? 75 gold pieces or so?
Don't know.
Spellcasters.
It's nice to be at the point where we can just afford remove disease.
Caster level times spell level times 10 gold pieces. So,
Yep. Third level cleric oracle. Crap. Third level everything. Although it's only second level for the domain restoration.
So we need to find one of those things.
Restorationist cleric.
Yeah. Because he's cheaper.
Well, thanks.
Well, you know, we're still bargain conscious even though you're dying of some disease.
Do I roll a fortitude save then?
We're just going to roll you into a cleric and say, heal this woman.
Right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
This bird woman.
ooh. Yes, third level spell. So it would be a bit more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't it second for domain restoration? Or does that mean something else when it has domain restoration and a 2 after?
Well,
It means it's
yes.
a domain spell for restoration clerics.
That's typically more of a PvC type thing. You're not going to be able to necessarily find a cleric with a particular domain you're looking for who's also just going to be willing to heal you for money automatically.
It's Magnamar. Everything's for sale.
Anyway, so fifth times 3. So you're looking at 150 gold.
Oh, this is worse than Filth Fever.
Is it worse?
Well, it won't kill you, but it could paralyze you for quite a while.
Party can afford it. The party will take it.
I think we spent more than that in the alchemical bonuses last time.
Party pays 150 gold.
So, is there any particular church you're going to for healing? Is there any particular faith in this? Sorry?
The least judgmental.
That would probably be Abadar, which basically just says, we like money and civilization. Pay us money and we do service for you because it's civilized and lawful and stuff.
Zon-Cthulhu, no, beat the sickness out of her.
Zon-Cthulhu would say, enjoy the pain of the sickness.
Mm-hmm.
They might refuse to do it.
No.
So, going to Ye Old Church of Abadar, paying gold for spells. Okay.
Yes, we are. It's Abadar, god of trade. Is that what he is?
He's basically a god of trade. They're basically a bank and a religion all in one too.
It's funny.
It's weird. It's almost like he has in his domain like this gold vault, which implies he's some sort of banker for the gods as well. It's
Yeah.
weird.
We should just go to the Temple of Rovagug and see how that goes. I'm sure there's not one.
They slice her head off. She is now cured of the disease. Hey!
All Lamash do. Where she comes out pregnant.
Yeah.
No, just something interesting comes out of her eggs from now on.
Right.
So,
As opposed to what normally comes out of her eggs. Breakfast.
That's really
yeah.
creepy.
It is a bit, isn't it?
It's very creepy.
It's weird, yet at the same time so sensible.
And kind of creepy.
So, with that, I'll remove my secret little DM text, and you pay money. And Misaki, while you still have the strength damage, that'll fade in a few days. And you're no longer sick.
My strength stat then.
Yes.
Just
I
you
could,
don't have to worry about it because we're not leaving for a few days. So you'll be healed up before we leave.
I could scarificate up a extract of lesser restoration.
It's true. He could.
You could what?
Scarificator.
Mmm.
Make lesser restoration.
It's beautiful. We don't need it quite yet, I don't think, Freak.
Hey, let Misaki decide.
You don't understand the implications. I mean, this is so
What-
fascinating. The
what
power
you
in the
have-
blood.
What you have to pluck a part of her bald in order to get the scarificator on her?
Oh no, she could scarificator anyone. She just has
Yeah.
to drink the result.
Ah, right, yeah. Let's get little Timmy and pay him.
Think of it like a blood bank. You're saving lives.
That's right.
I could potentially heal it all with just a cure light, even.
Is that a no from Misaki? No drinking weird blood?
I'm frightened of pissing off.
You're not going to piss me off.
Who said I was going to say you?
Oh.
Yeah, him.
I'm not that judgmental.
Mhm.
You can,
That would be-
you can scarificate whatever you want.
Mhm.
It's the black vial, I think. That's that.
I thought it was just
Mm.
blood, but I could be
Well,
wrong.
that might be.
I think blood's just hit points. Blood's a cure moderate.
Hey, I have it open right here. What do you know?
Yep.
No,
Black vial, less
black file. Yeah.
Mmm.
So,
Humor.
you have that dealt with. What else are you doing on this fine, auspicious day?
I'm going back to bed. The day did not start well for me.
Are you going to pick up your sword first, or I'll wait for another day?
I might go back to bed first.
You could cuddle it while you were sleeping.
It's shiny and it's like warm now too.
Mm,
Yeah. Fresh out of the magic vault.
Maybe I'll go and fiddle it and then go to bed.
I guess I'll hit the books and look for this opponent that Elasnist fought that was worthy of a mural in her.
Do you have a room number on that?
Oh, did I get a room number on that? That was up in the
Good better.
top part before the Sycotype door.
It was on like the very top section, I think, somewhere. It was in like a weirdy side room.
Yeah, let's see. That was B14 or B19. With around sewer, stabbing man with demonic hands, black smoke coming out. B16, I think, maybe. Or no, that's the statue of her.
All right, so that would be a knowledge history check.
Oh, crap.
You're not good at that.
So if you're spending the day using the library, you can get a +2 bonus.
Should I help you? I'm not very good at it, but I could try.
Sure. Do I get any bonuses for putting me together, you know, that it's probably a significant opponent, or maybe another Rune Lord she fought? Maybe.
That's
She did apparently take the Shard of Greed from somebody, so...
that's the sort of thing that's guiding your research and stuff.
Hey, 4.
Nearmore is of no use at all.
Ooh, pictures.
Oh...
I'm tired. This is boring.
Oh, why couldn't it be Arcana?
You're boring.
Well, I'm going to cast up Guidance on this one at least, so that'll make me at a total of +3. Because... Gotta do that.
Little guidance.
32 altogether.
No, you don't find anything.
Oh my god.
Ah.
Can he actually succeed?
No.
Unless he rolls a 20.
Nope, not even then.
I thought you always succeeded on a 20.
Not with skills.
Oh, okay. Ouch.
If only it was Arcana, I might have a chance.
It's going to be like... It's gonna be like
Whoever this man is,
he's tremendously
he
obscure.
must be so old and so obscure that it's just incredibly difficult to pinpoint it down. Obviously,
that's
as Lord of Wrath, Alice has fought many, many powerful wizards to hold her title over the years.
Hello, sweetie.
And it's probably be incredibly prestigious if we figured out who this was, but alas, that's not to be.
It's yawning already. That's a good thing.
Guess I'll just have to try and make as good a sketch of him as I can when we go back.
Yes. So,
Ready for you, Dan? Herbs. Oh, no.
so then, on this day, you're also going to drop some stuff off?
Yeah.
We're feeding the dog.
Okay.
Let's go investigate that locksmith guild.
Alright, so you go to the Locksmith Guild. It's basically kind of in the area of Beacon's Point. That's not quite Raig's End. It's still business. But it kind of looks the sort of building where really you don't think that they get much hiring out for people to open locks or create locks necessarily for them.
No, not legitimately open locks, at least.
Yes. There's a small child who looks something of a dressed-up street urchin at the counter to greet you when you walk in. Otherwise, it's just sort of generally empty by appearance. Hello, sir.
Hello, is Mr. Dallas Duringwar in?
Who's asking, sir?
Name's Gary.
Gary what?
Gary the Elf.
The kid looks at you for a moment, but then he's probably heard worse made-up titles.
Oh, the elf. It's a pretty terrible made-up title.
And he exits.
Harry, the elf.
A moment later, young man kind of walks out, leather vest, just whole bunch of lockpicks openly shown on kind of his sleeves and small pockets. Hello there.
Careful, he's got small pockets. You don't want to catch that.
Hello, sir.
I heard about you from Theron. Step into my office here. He gestures, opens up the little flap behind the counter and into the hallways leading deeper into the building.
Continuously turning as I backed in to not have my back to anyone.
You are probably pickpocketed 10 times by the time you manage to get no.
Mousetraps in all the pockets, yes.
It is a small room furnished just with a table and 2 chairs and a shelf in the back with nothing on it. It has no windows and very thick sort of walls. Looks like the sort of place that you might want to obscure or something to not be observed. Please have a seat, he says as he closes the door behind you. So, what kind of quantities and material are we talking about exactly? Theron said you had some Darrow stuff there, some of the Citilish extract, I believe.
Yes. How many jars of that do we have? That isn't the cold blue stuff, right?
No.
We have 12 of those.
Citilish would be one of the last things you found. Actually.
We have three Citilish extracts.
That's right. So, yeah, just fairly modest quantities, but... 3 Citilish, 2 Toadstool, 3 Idmos, and a bunch of this cold blue stuff, if that is of interest.
Okay. So you don't know what this cold blue stuff is?
No, somebody was trying to jab at us with it with an injection spear.
Do you mind if I try something? Without waiting for you to answer, he turns around, opens up one of the shelves, and there are these little cages with rats inside them, as well as some small pokey instruments. Pulls out one of the cages, kind of puts on a leather glove, pulls out one of the rats, kind of beckons for you to open up one of the vitals as he has a sort of needle in his hand.
I will fumble at the lid with my burned hands. And...
What's that? You're handling poison?
Ah!
No. I won't be quite that cruel.
Maybe I should have hit myself with that wand.
He dips the needle in and basically just very deliberately kind of pokes the rat in what you probably assume are like the major arteries that will spread it through the body. After a few moments, the rat kind of slows down a little bit. Doesn't quite seem dead. Dallas kind of looks at it for a moment, dips the needle in, pokes a few more times. This time, the rat does stop moving, and after a few moments, basically kind of develops frost and what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of dew on it, and
Ratsicle.
Eventually, kind of drops it. It shatters slightly, as though it's been frozen from the inside.
Ooh, nasty.
Interesting. Haven't seen this before. I'm sure we can find a use for it. So, how many doses of this stuff do you have?
12 vials, if those count as a dose.
All right. So let's say 40 gold pieces a dose.
40 for something so useful?
Something I have no idea what it is, but it looks potentially useful.
Oh. No. Do I actually have any skills that will help this?
Do you have appraise?
Heck no.
Do you have craft alchemy?
Nope.
You are dead in the water.
Nice
Yes.
work. Don't you get craft rolls anywhere because of your magical...
No, profession rolls.
Oh, okay.
I'm surprised you didn't try and bring Misaki to bring her in on this kind of deal. This is sort of sneaky.
Probably should have if I was feeling smart, but...
Gary's not smart, he's charismatic.
It's true.
He relies solely on his smarm.
I'm not entirely dim, but
Oh,
I'm not wise like you.
Gary, nice but dim. Okay, you're not allowed to mock me.
Okay, so, what do you think? 40 sounds right?
How about 50? It's a rarity.
Well, it might be rarity for a reason.
You can have those. You can. They're real wood.
How about 42?
Awesome.
Oh, all right.
That's gotta
Try
go.
a hard
That's
bargain.
gotta go in the gift cupboard.
And then there was Idmos and Striped Toadstool. How much Idmos do you have?
3 plus 2
Three.
toadstool. Yeah.
3 Idmos.
All right. How about we go 50 then for each dose of Idmos?
I won't haggle with that because he knows I'm shite at it.
Ah.
Eventually, Gary will get more worldly as he
Size is it?
experiences things outside the archives. And
Oh, it's good.
And how about 60 gold pieces for each toadstool?
it'll be good to get him out of my pockets.
Crab bag.
All right, and then it's just the Citadelish left?
Yeah. I knew I should have gathered up a backpack full of that moss before we left.
Well, this is the refined stuff.
Yeah. You see, if I just exposed him to the moss for a while, then I could probably bargain with him better. Look at the pretty colors dance. You want this?
Because it totally wouldn't have had any effect on you.
I'm immune to that for some
Gary-
reason.
Gary's already crazy.
All right. I'm going to make you a very generous offer. Because it's not often we get this Citadelish stuff here.
Oh, I've got a great idea. When we have the new site,
Let's say
you a special prizes. Sorry, I've talked to Lindsay. I apologize.
Let's say
Okay,
300
talk
gold
to your wife.
pieces for each Citadelish dose.
That sounds grand, sir.
Well, it is almost grand, but I'm glad you enjoyed as well. Then, unless there's something that you didn't tell Theron about, I think we're done here.
All right.
I'll meet you after lunch. There'll be a door in the... what's this place called? Lost Lane? Yeah, Lost Lane. Just look for something where a padlock is just hung on the handle of the door and walk into that building.
That sounds like on the up and up.
Yeah, doesn't it just?
Wrap up my fire spells.
Thing, what did you sell? What is he taking, or are you taking it to this place?
The Citadelish, the cold blue stuff,
Everything.
yeah, the stretched toadstool, and the Idmos.
Everything but the drugs.
And our elixirs.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. You have those elixirs, too.
Yeah, we do.
But those are moderately less illicit and more useful.
And do you
Truth
have
and love, a deadly combination.
the money yet?
No.
Is that where you're about to go? And hopefully he'll give you the money.
Yes.
Yes. Wander into another building and
Okay. So you go, he writes up a few little things in a ledger and puts them away. He kind of says to let yourself find your way out as he's kind of scooping up the shattered rat into a dustpan.
head out.
So here I am thinking, it's like, okay, Lindsay's going to be the one that's going to get in with the new Thieves Guild guy. Nope, it's Thing's character. Shouldn't have surprised me. So, yes.
Lindsay's sick. So it's saying.
It's true. So yes, you make your way to Lost Lane, which is basically, it's sort of where Raig's End has almost gotten too close to the market area, and businesses have more or less been abandoned or are typically fronts at this point. You can see a few of them do have lights on, but there's like bars over the windows and they're heavily barricaded, and probably a few toughs even on the inside. Again, most likely a front, and there's something else there. But then you find like basically just sort of an abandoned place, and there's this kind of rusty lock just hanging around the doorknob. Looks like it's been there for ages.
All right, I will go through the door. All trusting.
Excellent.
Referring to burning hands, anybody that...
Oh, you didn't say that. You didn't say you're ready to burning hands. No. So you burn the place down, and no.
Yes.
Didn't check for anything either.
And go through their pockets.
So you walk in, and it's empty, but you do see a note on the ground.
Uh-oh.
I owe you.
Look around and reach down to the note.
Okay.
Watching for anything dropping from the rafters or getting behind me or constantly spinning.
Basically, it's directions to a loose floorboard in this room,
It just says bite me.
Bite me.
with a little thing to burn this once you're done.
That I can do. I will search out the loose floorboard.
Okay, you search it out. There is a big bag of gold that probably is the amount you agreed upon.
Nice work. What was the amount you agreed upon, and are we seeing it all, or are you going to keep some of it?
Well, that gets to be the interesting part.
Well, just tell me how much to add to the party inventory.
1,000.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, he's cheating you.
Of course he is. But once he gets a new hat, he'll find it a lot more difficult. 1,000 gold. Done.
Well, mind you, at the same time, well, anyway,
What?
stuff.
What?
I'm putting myself at risk here, you know.
Yeah, sure you are.
So, what do you put anything inside the space of the loose floorboard yourself?
Does it look big enough for all the jars?
Yes, it would be.
I guess I will put them there then.
All right. Do you cover it back up?
Yes. With an explosive runes. I mean, no, I don't have that yet. Close it up. Yeah, I guess that's... And hope the coppers don't come nab me as I leave this place.
All right. So, you start walking away, leaving the house. Did you burn the note?
Yes, I will burn the note.
All right. So you start walking away, and before you can leave, from one of the buildings, a big, tough-looking Varasian guy kind of walks out. Hey, I know you, don't I?
Don't think I've had the honor.
No, I'm sure. You know my brother Sandrew, don't you?
Sandrew? Doesn't ring a bell.
Are you sure? Because he described someone, an elf wearing bandages, was pretty sure it was you.
You're probably thinking of my brother.
Oh,
He did
you have a
also.
lot of brothers?
Just the 12.
Ah, I see. Normally, elves don't seem to have a lot of that family.
You get it over time.
At this point, as he's more or less nonchalantly sort of blocking the way, after this point in the conversation, there's a yell from behind you, from possibly the house. It's good. And it says, "Oh, sorry, you seem to be someone else. I'll let you go on your way." And with that, he walks back into the shop.
And I will quickly walk away to a more reputable part of town.
Okay. While he is out and about, you guys receive some mail back at Hydemark Manor.
Cool.
Uh-oh.
Sire mail.
Funny.
The first is from the Temple of Desna.
Hey! How are the dudes doing?
For the most part, all right. While Fenster is still an interesting case, he seems to be adapting well to the damage done to him, and will probably be able to leave under his own power very soon. The priest, however, is still very puzzled by the numerous afflictions infusing him, and is doubtful that he could even be still alive. The woman and the Varasian boy have both been in contact with the families, and this seems to have done very well for their mental recovery. Between the magics, as well as having people to tell them, remind them from their lives, and sort of help all those memories just turn into really bad dreams, they seem to be doing well. The Shawanti woman has escaped, and he has no idea where she's gone.
Nice.
He was underestimating her ability to cause physical harm, to get out of any restraints. He is unfortunate in this matter and has made as much attempts as he can, but as far as he knows, she is gone. And he prays that Desna guides her steps to a place where she can find help.
That's not very good, is it? Do we have any idea where she might have gone?
Are you investigating it?
It makes sense, right? Seems bad. Is she the one that was wanting to, like, bite herself or something?
Yes. She was the one trying to kind of claw her own skin off.
Yeah, she'd be like the one we'd actually have to go check out whether she's okay. Let's go try and find her.
All right. Make me survival check.
Okay.
Remember, he said make the check, not fail the check.
There is also, the other thing is basically a request for meeting from Sabrea Kalmaral, Yeah, however you say that last name.
14. Feel my terrible powers.
You know, try as you might, it seems like any tracks you left, which would have been most likely blood or something like that.
Is Masaki coming?
Well, I was going to ask
Yeah.
that. There's
Hang on. Sorry.
Sabrea is basically an invitation to meet up and get in context. Or it's very sort of somewhat formal, really, sort of invitation. Very fine paper and writing on it, and is made out to the three of you by name. And she looks to discuss your findings and perhaps hear more about the fate of her father. But anyway, regarding tracking this down, does Masaki then want to make me a diplomacy check to see if people have saw her?
Maybe a knowledge. Interrogate the crowd.
Diplomacy.
Diplomacy. For talking to folks.
That's my specialty.
I don't have diplomacy, do I?
You don't?
I have bluff.
Not as good. That's good for getting you out of trouble.
Can she do knowledge local for info gathering?
No, it's diplomacy. Knowledge
I don't have,
local
like,
is
ranks.
something that would be written down somewhere in a book, typically.
I don't have ranks in it. So, what do I add up to make it? It's
You can
charisma.
make
though.
untrained diplomacy. It's charisma with your +2.
So I've only got +1 in it.
Ha. I'm not guessing you're going to be able to find her then.
We're just all going on the wrong quests for each other.
Yeah, apparently, thief. We are.
You're not able to find too many people who are able to give you critical information. You are able to find some people who saw a Shawanti woman kind of run screaming through an area at one point or another, but it was like basically last night and is not particularly helpful. Furthermore, while you can track down some areas where slightly disturbingly there's maybe a chunk of skin that's kind of being licked at or bitten at by dogs, you don't find any actual trail as such.
Lovely.
It's not hopeful considering her psychosis and the damage she's doing that she would have survived very long.
Can we try survival again?
On another day, perhaps.
Another day.
Well, this is kind of... You guys are doing quite a lot here in general that's being minimized into roles and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how long it... I don't know whether retry is for survival.
You're also, of course, doing your research and your writing and whatnot at the same time during this.
Well, if there's somebody in danger, I'm not writing anything.
Well, you can make me another roll.
Thanks.
It's a big city. There's always someone in danger.
Exactly. And I hit writing, apparently. Do you want to help me on a survival check, Linz? Can she aid me?
I believe she's trained.
Mm-hmm.
This is why all while I'm out meeting, huh?
Yes.
+2?
Yep, that's 2.
20.
All right. You are able to track to a part of the sewers.
High five, Masaki.
You go inside and see a pile of rats.
You said
appear to be
pile of rats. Are they like a
crawling-
vaguely humanoid pile?
No.
Okay.
They're crawling around most of her skin that seems to have been torn off, basically. However, no actual body is there.
What? Is she
This is
something weird?
Wandering around skinless looking for in the sewers. That's asking for a disease.
So has she moved on? Is there anything leaving this area?
Unfortunately, at this point, it gets very difficult to track once again, being inside the sewers and water and more animals obscuring the marks.
Well, surely there's handprints of bloody yick all over the place.
Lapped up by the rats.
If she actually walked off with no skin, there's got to be like blood everywhere.
Not as much as you would think, no.
Well, didn't it look like they'd removed all her skin and stitched it back on?
No, it looks like it's just been torn or flayed off or something.
That's weird. So can we try another track roll? Or is it not really worth our effort?
I don't think it would be worth your efforts.
She probably metamorphosized and you're going on one of those coal shack adventures.
Right. So can we kind of... Well, I don't know. I mean, it's a sewer, right? There's only one way or two ways it could possibly have gone from this point, so...
The thing is, again, here's where the sewers connect into much older and more complicated structures.
Masaki, what do you think?
A person could very easily get lost inside here if they aren't careful.
Okay, under the assumption that... Was she human?
She was human, as far as you knew.
Okay, under the assumption that a human can't survive without their skin for all that long, and the chances are she's probably dead about 100 feet away, we will search the immediate area.
You search the immediate area and do not find anything.
That's weird, Lockhart. That's weird.
Yeah, the sewer gators probably dragged her off.
Sewer gators.
Masaki, little help.
I don't really know what to suggest.
I don't know either. It seems like we started down a path and now we can't go any further.
Well, maybe this isn't the correct path.
Well, I feel kind of bad, you know. There's kind of somebody lying around with no skin on, apparently.
Or she's not lying around with no skin on at all.
Well, there's skin here. Does it look like her? Does it have a face?
It has the Shoanti tattoos on it, definitely.
So this is definitely her skin.
Is there a zip in it?
There is not a zip in it.
Has it been
make
like...
a suit?
So, she was trying to pull off her skin, right?
Yes.
So clearly she managed.
Would you like a heal check?
I don't have heal.
Then you can't tell.
But on kind of volume, are we talking like she's torn pieces off? Or like she's torn her...
You found small pieces and bloody spots earlier.
Mm-hmm.
This is something not anywhere near what you've seen before.
So this has got like whole legs and stuff taken off. So we've got like gloves here, basically.
Basically, yes. Well, it's like done messily and stuff, but it's, yeah.
How's that even possible? That's weird.
Girl's got skills.
See, we need Gary here because there's clearly something more going on. We should never split the party, Gary. Should never wander off to deal with thieves when we're busy.
Yeah, I'm bringing you back money. You should be happy.
Yeah, we're not bringing it back all of it, are you, thiefy Gary?
Most of it.
How much did you actually make?
What, 1674?
You're keeping 674 gold pieces! That's not even a slight theft! That's a big theft!
Hey. Mister, I don't want to look at selling poison.
Big theft. I did say I'd go with him if he needed me.
Right.
And apparently I did fine on my own.
Apparently. Thiever.
So,
You're only damaging the party healing fund, Gary.
is there anything that you are wishing to do in the sewers aside from searching the immediate area?
I think we're kind of stuck. We've got a lot we can do.
All right. Then, if you head back to Hydemark Mansion, are you sending any response to Sabrea's request?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll meet you. When did you want to meet?
She was basically, it's sort of openish invitation.
What, to go see her?
Well, to try to set up an appointment sort of thing.
Okay, so we'll arrange an appointment for tomorrow.
All right, so...
We'll want to send somebody down for this mess as well.
Yes, we'll also send somebody down for this mess.
Well, you can put it up in a bag, just bring it back.
We'll send Gary for this mess. It'll cost him 674 gold.
Probably most of it's eaten by the time he comes back.
Yeah, we're not really going to send Gary. But we are going to interrogate him as to what might have removed this person's skin.
I was thinking more along the lines of the authorities.
Yes, well, we'll have to let them know. Maybe we can let that cleric guy know.
Did you see a guy with all these pins in his head? And
I know, that's what I'm thinking. It's like, yeah, it's a chiton.
I was thinking more Hellraiser box, you know.
There's quite a few things, all sorts of nasty things in Pathfinder. Anyway, okay. So what exactly then is Gary trying to? What are you telling Gary and asking him to figure out?
We're asking him if he knows about anything that could remove someone's skin and then somehow make the body maybe walk away or potentially be taken away. Why would somebody... See, I'm guessing that living in a fantasy land, I've heard about things that steal your skin and wear it, but I've never heard of something that rips your skin off and steals the body. So that's what I'm laying in front of Gary.
Does Gary want to make me knowledge religion check?
Religion. See, I was thinking things like the skinwalk spell or whatever it is, the send skin, but knowledge religion. That, yeah, I can make that. Did I macro that one? There we go. 32, natural 20.
Nice one, Gary.
Typically, what strikes you is perhaps not so much a monster as a religion. Chthons would definitely be something along those lines because, apart from their delight in torture, they're also very much about just a fascination with the general flesh and muscles themselves, and in fact very much do change a limb of theirs with something else. On another note, however, there's just a very simple fact of some sort of necromancer or evil cleric creating an undead to walk away.
Is there a Temple of Chthon anywhere near the sewer entrance they were...
Chthons are outsiders.
It's a type of
Cthulhu.
beastie.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not actually sure if there's a Zon Cthulhu temple openly in Magnemar. Probably not. But I could be wrong on that.
But she was wanting to tear off her skin anyway.
Is that a symptom of
Is it possible that she was something that could remove her skin?
Or
Gary
infected
doesn't
with
know
something?
specifically about that. Certainly, there are magical domination and insanity effects, but from what you've described, they don't quite match up with how perfectly it was done. Surely, someone would be dead before doing that.
We don't know whether she was alive or not. They could have just taken the
That is indeed another point, too.
sweet innards after peeling her.
Certainly something that would make sense to Gary is that perhaps someone found or offered to assist her, and after the fact just took the body to create some sort of undead minion or something like that.
What a
She was
lovely
certainly
place.
found in a part of town where if there was one of the more nasty religions, they'd probably be hiding out, as it were.
Nice.
You cut out there very briefly.
But yeah, that's what kind of strikes Gary as some underground movement of Zon Cthulhu, or some sort of demon or devil worshipper, or perhaps a stray chiton, or just a sadist.
Uh-oh.
You have far from evidence that could give you narrow it down, but those seem to Gary possibilities.
Did I just freeze to all you guys? You briefly froze for me there.
Didn't notice you freezing, Gary
Now,
Soros.
that happens to me sometimes too. Everything else freezes for me, and I can't tell if you guys notice if I'm frozen or not. But anyway. So Brea responds basically that you can again meet her in the Bazaar of Sales if you just want a quick discussion and tea, as it were.
Excellent. I need to go there and go look for stuff anyways.
All right, and that's day 2 then.
We add the 1,000 gold to the party box.
during all of this, Knaven Hydemark is basically, more or less, while you're at the house, trying to peek over your shoulder and take a look at your notes and drawings and whatnot. Is there anything that you feel you have a good grasp on that you would like to show him?
Gary, you got anything that has a good drawing?
I'm thinking, is there any particular room or object that you think is worthy of showing him?
Well, probably that shrine thing for holding all the shards of the Sahedron.
He is very fascinated by this. As far as he knows, it is the first notable evidence that any of the Rune Lords were possibly going to attempt to unite the Sahedron and possibly attempt to take full control over the Empire, as it were, which, after Zin's death, had basically just been divided into 7 little countries. For being pleased at showing this and discovering this, he gives you a little purse of 500 gold pieces.
Woo! Woot! Now, if only we got XP for gold GP.
Right, like old thieves used to.
Well, that was the original AD&D.
Mm-hmm.
So, day 3.
Day 3.
What is happening on day 3?
We're going to see that chick.
All right. Are we doing that first then?
May as well.
Okay. So you make your way once again to the Bazaar of Sales. By the way, found a proper picture of her. She's totally a gangster.
Oh, yeah.
Where'd you find that?
That's in the Magnamar book.
Huh.
Not a gangster.
She is a gangster.
I'm more gangster than that.
I'm more gangster than that. Gangsterer than thou.
So once again you sort of enter her tent. Ah, my friends, please, come in. I apologize, it's only been a few days, but I am eager to learn how your cleansing and exploration of this place have gone.
We're waiting for you, Gary.
Fairly well. We've managed to clean up the majority of the things from the upper levels, at least.
Is it possible then to take me on the tour we talked about?
That should be arrangeable with minimum hazards.
I could clear up my schedule today if that would be appropriate.
Let's do it.
That would be our honor to escort you.
She smiles, but of course, first, tea and discussion. She gives a little clap of her hand, and well-dressed servant basically brings in pot of boiling water and several cups and several different combinations of tea to create your own particular brew, as it were, as well as a small tray of dainties.
Mm.
There is a separate tray built of particular seed-based cakes and whatnot presented for Misaki. So perhaps you can tell me what exactly the origins of this structure were. Was it merely just one of the pilings of the bridge, or something more sinister?
It looks like there may have been a stronghold or such of Elasnists.
Elasnist? Should I know this name?
The Rune Lord of Wrath.
Oh, one of the Rune Lords. Would that possibly be why my father was exploring these runes? Something that he had to find there?
Perhaps.
Doubtfire.
What was that, Lindsay?
You sound like Mrs. Doubtfire.
Emmett, Doubtfire, darling.
Oh, God.
That's terrifying. Terrifying.
So, yes, Rune Lords. Hmm?
Yes. There was some evidence down below of older experiments, but that was in a sealed area that was hopefully your father never reached.
You've been experimenting down below, have you think?
Well,
So it was not one of these experiments that killed my father, then?
not as far as we can tell. Depends on, not sure the state of the tower when he was venturing in there, but we found him in a locked hidden room.
And there's no evidence of any companions that might have accompanied my father? I still find it so strange that he would have gone off all on his own.
It was on his Todd thing.
His Todd thing?
He was on his own.
Oh. As near as we could tell, he was on his own. He may have been searching for some old artifact presumed to be there. It's hard to gauge at this point. There's been so many people over the upper levels, at least.
I see. Well, perhaps we can discuss that more when you have a chance to show me this area. Tell me, how are you three enjoying this city of Magma?
What a lovely city. Many interesting sights and peoples. Opportunities to be had.
Indeed. Have you found many more opportunities other than just the Pathfinders?
Poking our nose here and there. Fine market you have. Looks to be.
I do try to keep the peace. Well, if it's not overstepping my bounds, I do think that you three are rather extraordinary individuals, and it would be a shame if you couldn't make some proper friends while you're in town here.
Clearly, she doesn't like our companion. His name, I can't remember now.
Which one? Brunsk.
Yeah.
He's probably drunk in a sack somewhere.
Now she thinks we need to move up in the world from the hide marks.
Brunsk is flexing his muscles with her own guards outside. Brunsk bigger bicep.
Strong like bear.
Strong like bear, yes. Strong like rhinoceros. Anyway. While I do not mean to overstep, I do wish that when this is done, that perhaps we could be something of friends, I think. Catching up, hearing your adventures, as it were.
Pathfinders do love to tell tales.
Yes, I look forward to seeing anything that you three manage to publish. I keep a small collection of Pathfinder chronicles myself.
Excellent. Knowledge and interest in the world is always so rewarding.
So 600 gold you pocketed, you big thief.
I sense some trouble amongst the three of you.
Speaking of which, I should go shopping. Oh,
yeah. Well, you certainly know where to find me. Shall we be off then to explore this magnificent structure of the Thassalons then?
Yes. I'll just have to grab a boat.
Oh, no problem. We can use mine.
Why do we want to do that than just to climb that ridiculous thing up at the top of the tower?
Well, where we can slogger through the sewers and up past the.
It's probably
Darklands
safer than
entrance
a. It's probably safer than a falling 200 feet to a death in the sea.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we
does
want.
Look capable.
And I'm not sure if we want to be telling everybody the way to walk into the bottom of the Crow.
Okay, but she's just going to boat over and walk in. There's no difference. It's still just a route in.
Well, if we slam those 6 tight doors shut, then it'll slow people down. But yeah.
Well, it might. Assuming it'll relock like that, though. It may just not relock.
Requires one human sacrifice to relock.
It'll only take a few burns to tell.
Gary!
So, are you asking her to meet you in the sewers at the poor end of town?
That is
Or
not a wise
are you going
idea.
to accept her invitation to use her small yacht to get there?
Discussion.
Afternoon of yachting sounds lovely to me.
Okay, fine. Let's go yachting.
All right. So
I hear the reef claw is lovely this time of year.
Mm-hmm.
So you get on her extravagant boat that, while very pretty, also looks like it would be incredibly fast and probably has like a dozen secret smuggling compartments on it. And you manage your way to the piling. She lets her personal guard stay to watch the boat, much to their own dismay. They don't quite like you for some reason, as she absolutely kind of trusts you walking in to this area 200 feet above and whatnot.
Oh, come on, we look like trustworthy sorts.
So how do you tour her through the little piling, as it were?
Oh, I guess we'll have to work our way up, saying, recounting the battles we faced, pointing out the murals.
Very good.
Do you elaborate them, or?
Yes, through hardships many fought, and...
She's most interested, and comments continually upon hearing of Misaki's wondrous blade work.
And then the flaming snakes came down upon us, and the very ground opened up, and closed up again. And the murder elementals.
The Mercury elementals.
Murder elementals.
Murder
Okay.
elementals.
Wicked good.
Woo.
She stops to have a prayer to the gods of her land, Vudrin, whatever. I don't know. Can't learn all these Pathfinder countries. Too many of them. But she stops to pray when you reach the area where her father's skeleton lies. I suppose at that point she'd call up and instruct the men to remove the body for proper burial. And overall, she seems to have a very good time and is almost a little bit sad that there's nothing that she couldn't knife down your left. Upon hearing of all the battles and your skill, she's somewhat in the mood to throw a few knives.
Unfortunately, we only left a few mites alive.
That's right. The mites are just outright. It's almost like one of them begins to charge around a corner for a split second before seeing you, turns around shouting to the rest of them, and they all hide.
Good. They're lucky we left them alive.
That's it. I should go down and touch that Elasmus pillar before making my next check. Oh, no.
Ah, you're going to touch the pillar?
Don't know if we want to take her that far down into the bowels or not.
Well, then how far do you take her down?
I guess we could take her down far enough and show her the caged
Wrathspawn.
Wrathspawn.
She's going to want to buy it. You realize that, right?
Well, no, she actually kind of wants to use it as knife throwing practice, if you don't mind.
Oh. Well, yeah, that would be fine as long as you let it out first. We've had this discussion.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. It's a monster.
He's a stickler on things.
It's been here like 2,000 years. Why not leave it here? It's not hurting anybody.
He has some arbitrary rules on what things we should save, what we shouldn't. It's all quite confusing.
I think he
Interesting.
means more that it's not very fair practice if you're throwing knives at it and it's in a cave.
Yes, where's the combat practice? You may as well
I
throw
have
knives.
heard of monastic orders from Tianzai that have such honor and respect for life that they filter their water to prevent even the smallest insect from being accidentally killed. Are you from one of those orders?
I'm not, but I believe in at least a fair chance and an honourable fight.
I see. Well, I don't. So perhaps we'll leave it locked up for now.
She's going to sneak back in the night and throw dart. Really?
It's that or the Pathfinder's little experiment on it.
You've shown her where it is.
Yeah, it's nice.
You can't guard it all the time.
I'm not guarding it. I don't care if somebody kills it, but you know.
But you clearly do, because you're stopping her from killing
Well, if somebody comes back and kills it when I'm not around, that's totally fine. That's just bad luck. It's not like I could take it with me and give it a nice house in the country, is it? I appreciate that it's a monster, just very dishonorable to kill it while it's in a cage.
So if tonight I come back on my own and roll flaming spears on it till it dies and get all the experience myself, that's cool?
Don't think you get any experience for killing something in a cage, Gary. Because you're not actually really in combat with it.
Well, I've never done it before. I'm bound to learn something.
Pretty certain you don't learn anything.
So, you tour her around. She thanks you. She asks you to inform her whenever you're about to set out on a new adventure or need something that's hard to get or just want to have a supper or lunch with her and swap some stories. She says she'll try and see if she can't find some other friends to introduce you to.
That's nice of her.
You're most honored by your attentions.
Condolences for your father again.
She thanks you, and she'll be making, well, technically the funeral's already been done, but she'll be making a sort of reburial ceremony, as it were, properly putting his body to rest.
By the way, she doesn't have a shitload of ranks in knowledge history, does she?
Not in particular, no.
Okay. I won't ask her opinions on the art on the walls then.
She thinks they are very interesting and a style she has noticed for items that can sell for a lot of money.
But how do we remove the whole wall? Oh, wait, that's probably tantamount to tearing apart parts of the Iris ban and a no-no.
Yes. Remember that ban on getting stone out of the Iris ban?
That doesn't cover Sickatite. Oh.
So, anything else you're doing on this day?
How about researching where that place is, Gary?
In the Mushfens,
Yes. What do we know about it?
As you're puttering about, Sheila Heidemark comes up to you, noticing that you're trying to find more information on the Mushfens. I am terribly sorry, however, that's not something that we've had much call for. There is, however, someone in town who may be of help to you. If I can get to the right page.
Mushfen Lurie?
There is a man by the name of Jasper Candemaris who is, well, he's very well traveled through the southwestern Mushfens, more so than anyone else I know. He's a bit eccentric. Well, he's had a hard life, and it's affected his mental judgment, I believe. But if you can find a way to focus him and calm him down and be patient, he could certainly be helpful to you.
A bottle of the strongest whiskey.
What was that?
We just need a bottle of the strongest whiskey and a big rock.
Yeah. From what little I can tell, he spends much of these days as something of a street cleric, or prophet, as it were. He's been observing the end of Verasia by the end of the year for several years now. he would most certainly be able to tell you and give you more information than anything you would be able to find in this small study.
Thank you for the most promising lead.
There is something else. Since it does appear to be the Lady's Light you're going for, there's the book. Too many books.
Over the lust pits.
Ha! Hoo! Ha!
We have a bit of a long-standing arrangement with a sculptor named Ayava. She's, well, she
Bonkers.
makes a sculpture of certain risque nature.
Ayala, was it?
Ayava.
Ayava.
You can find her living in one of the Irespan pilings in Underbridge. That's where she keeps her workshop. She's, well, certainly forward, but pleasant enough, and perhaps would be interested in making a certain business deal with those who might be heading that way.
Slut. She's a slut.
Just because she's so...
No, the slut. Sorry.
She said that like it's a bad thing.
I did, didn't I?
Excellent.
I sang as well, I'm sorry.
I apologize for interrupting you. I will let you continue with your research as I continue with mine.
Any time, milady.
So, research then? Any other particular things you are trying to figure out?
Oh. I guess we're going to want to talk to that guy and figure out what dangers we're going to face in that area, especially. By mush fens, I'm assuming it's all swampy terrain.
Probably. Can we not look it up?
She's pretty much just said that there isn't much information here.
Oh, well, there's got to be another. Is there anywhere else in the city? Like an actual library? That might have general books on geography in the place?
Well, they'd have the coastline at least mapped.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's not a very mapped area. There's lots of shoals and stuff that prevents people from approaching it from the sea, and it's a marshy area that hasn't really been settled.
Probably just a few people gathering various marsh herbs or something in there, if anybody. Bayou country.
I mean, if you want to just make like a diplomacy check to gather general information, yes, but you're not going to, say, find a map of it from anyone in particular.
How far away is it?
That's my speed.
How far is it?
Basically, from what Gary can have put together, it depends. It's only, say, 33 miles away as the bird flies.
Okay.
If you are able to find a boat willing to take you there and drop you off nearby, it would probably only take you a full day's travel to get there. Going by boat through the river or on land is difficult to say because, again, it's not particularly mapped out, and it's would essentially be going from river to land to river. Very difficult to say, but suffice to say, probably a few days, somewhere between 3, if you're really lucky, to a week or longer.
There's dry territory, we could walk that in a few days, but with swamps, probably not so quick.
Well, I mean, swamps, you'll have the squicky bits and things that will just slow you down physically. And then you'll just have rivers that you'll have to ford or swim through or something. There's certainly not going to be bridges or anything.
We just need to visit Honest Omar's used magic carpet
Yes,
shop.
you just need to buy a magic carpet. That'll solve everything.
Yes.
We need some stuff to stop people flying. That's starting to piss me off.
like a net launcher.
Yeah, that'd be
Nets.
nice, right?
I suppose if anything else, you might even be wanting to check with someone like your merchant friend who would know trading routes and whatnot.
That's what I was thinking.
That's
Is
true.
this the nearest town to there, or is there a town closer than us?
Not of any significant size. Like, this is pretty much the city of the area.
So trade-wise, we're probably talking about tinkers and kind of traveling salespeople more so than merchants then.
Oh,
If there's no real settlement down there, then they're not going to bother sending like merchant caravans that way.
there's no human Chilaxian descendant settlements down there.
Oh, well, nothing worth trading with then.
That's not something you know.
Okay.
You have no idea what is worthwhile or not from there.
That will require research.
For all you know, there's an area of the swamp where diamonds just bubble up to the surface.
The fountain of eternal youth. Inside the bog of eternal stench. So we're going to have to talk to some people, need to do some shopping. So if it's 4 or 5 days of travel, we're looking at being gone at least a week at best, at the least. Probably more. So if we'll need to bring whatever we can for incidentals if there's because there'll be no quick trips back to town for healing and whatnot.
So, yeah, it's not going to be. We're not going to be coming back much, are we? I don't think 30 miles is a long way to retreat.
Yeah.
So we need to get out and find a base of operations, and then foray. What are we going to do with this robot?
We build him long log pontoon feet.
Yeah, have him like pontoon feet. Have him like punt along.
About what's he weigh?
Selling him.
What?
You can always try selling him.
Well, we could sell him to like Sheila or somebody.
He's like a party member now.
Like I said, there are other golem works and stuff, which probably would be willing to buy a clockwork creation.
Melt him down and turn him into something else.
Well, or take him apart to learn how to put them together again.
This is Golem Town. But he's also got unique, rare historical value. And well,
What's he worth, and would Sheila buy him?
Sheila,
I mean, he is a Thessalonian artifact, technically, isn't he? Perhaps our hubby would be interested.
guess we could have Masaki appraise him.
Masaki, do you want to praise the robot?
they've seen him.
Mhm.
However, unfortunately, this isn't something that they can justify really spending a whole lot of money on. There's not a whole lot of particular
Right,
use from
right.
it.
Perhaps he could be used as an added guardian for Pathfinder groups leaving the lodge that need a little bit of extra support.
Unfortunately,
Butler.
human power is pretty cheap in Magnamar.
Yeah,
apparently.
see, that's the thing. The thing is,
Saying
people would
you're
probably
harpooning
be
the argument.
just as effective and cheaper.
Exactly, which is why having a mechanical something do your stuff makes you
Extra
How old-
posh.
Yeah.
Extra posh, yeah. How old is he, for crabbin's sake? You're not going to get anybody who lives this long. Nor who is self-repairing. He's actually not that bad. I just have fear that we're taking him somewhere where literally he's going to have his head torn off.
Well, especially if he could repair other clockwork stuff. I mean, there's always just not turning his key and leaving him behind and coming back for him when we're...
Well, yeah, but when we come back for him, then the next place we go, he literally will have his head torn off.
Yes. He might serve as a moment's distraction, but...
Oh, squash! Yes, one of the 5 attacks of what we'll be fighting at that level will kill him, and then the rest of them will be directed at us.
Sheila and Knaven are not willing to buy him. They would very much appreciate if you were willing to donate him as a museum piece, but they can't afford the funds right now, especially because Sheila needs to buy a whole bunch of ion stones all of a sudden.
That's fair. How about the market chick? Maybe she'll be interested in it. She seems to like flaunting stuff no one else has.
That could be...
So
Plus,
when you
reasonable.
say, what about the market chick? What are you actually doing?
I'm discussing it with my party.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, I don't think she'd take him apart, and you know, I think that's probably part of the charm, right? Isn't there like an engineering god somewhere we can sell him to? No church is going to buy him, are they? Because they've got no money. They're about collecting it rather than.
This is not making money.
Masaki, what's he worth?
I rolled 23 on a brave.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Oh, I was on a different page. Let's see. What bestiary is that? How much is he worth? Hey!
Kind of hate selling the party. It's almost like slavery, but I think taking him with us might see him dead.
Since he doesn't probably level, that's...
Yeah. Well, he's a robot, right? He's not going to learn.
Not until we install and upgrade him.
It's possible, to the right buyer,
I
you
love
could sell
it.
him for 4,000 gold pieces.
Sell him for it, so you mean he's worth 8, and... Okay.
If he was intelligent, he would be worth more.
Yes, but he's not, right?
Of course, if he was intelligent, Hal might have more trouble selling him. Or, sorry,
Funny.
near more.
I'm actually doing it for his own good, you know. I'd hate to see him die.
But he's a machine, he can't die, right?
Well, alright, he can have his head torn off, and then he'll turn into a pile of junk.
It would seem an ignominious feat for having lasted 10,000 years, or...
Yes.
There's also someone like the Lord Mayor, Groberus.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Is
it's
he
rather
interested in that
prestigious.
kind of thing?
Well, and he is one of the factions we haven't talked with to get his offer of side work on.
Does he hire adventurers?
Everybody hides adventurers.
To a certain degree, he's more the type of person where you offer your services and he returns his influence as return. But he lives a very lavish lifestyle.
And maybe he'd like a clockwork thingy.
Polish him up.
Would you be discussing who to sell it to with Sheila at all? And the potential of the Lord Mayor?
Well, we can, yes, why not?
I would caution you to be very delicate dealing with the Lord Mayor. He does wield considerable political influence, and we can't afford any adversaries against Pathfinders at this particular junction. Certainly now, while there are many things I must research, the simple thing is we must consider the goal now to reunite the Shard as a weapon to defend Magnamar from the evils that pop up. To do that, I believe the best thing would be creating a council, as it were, responsible for the stewardship of the completed Sahedron. And such a council would work better if the Lord Mayor is inclined to the Pathfinders playing a large role in that council.
So when you speak of reuniting the Sahedron...
Exciting, isn't it? Yes.
Yes. And it looks like that might be what Elasmus had in plans with the small shrine at the bottom of the crow.
Mm-hmm.
Is there then a reason to secure the crow so that nobody else messes with that area, or? But I don't know how we want
of
to go about
course,
that.
once you publish your chronicle, we will have a certain amount of first explore and research rights. So as soon as you can get that done, we're able to properly establish a claim to it.
So hurry up writing thing.
Good point. Sharpen up the quill and out paper cuts. So, and as a side, if I wanted to enchant up that little amulet I got with my last feat,
Yes.
what would I need to get, and how much time would I need to spend on that?
You would need to get however much materials worth of stuff you need to enchant it. And it would take a number of days equal to the regular price of the item per 1,000 gold pieces.
Ah,
So if it costs 5,000, it takes 5 days to craft. That's
okay.
purchase price, not crafting price.
And of course, I can only afford a 1,000 or 2,000 gold item, anyways.
Well, the thing is, you pay the crafting price.
Right. Well, like, so natural armor would cost me 1,000 gold for a net level 1.
Is regular price 2,000?
That's what the book lists.
Then
2,000 for plus
then
1.
that would
yeah.
be correct. Yes.
Okay. Yep. And that works off bark skin. That's not even a cleric spell. That sucks.
You can get it cast into it, though.
Well, you don't actually need it, but it gives a +5 to the craft DC. But what's your spellcraft?
My spellcraft. Oh boy. 10.
That's pretty good,
That's good.
because I think the DC is just equal to the 5 plus the caster level of the item,
Oh.
and then +5 for every spell you're missing or prerequisite you're missing.
So that wouldn't be too bad then.
What are you thinking?
Well, I've got an amulet I can enchant for natural armor or something to help out before we go adventuring again.
What's that from?
That's from when I took the
Arcane bloodline sorcery thing.
Oh, the Eldritch Heritage business.
yeah, I went bonded item with it, but
Did I remember you? Do I remember you taking that? Did we talk about it at all on audio?
I think we did.
I don't remember.
I think we possibly talked item versus familiar quite a bit.
yeah.
Anyway. So is that something you're going to be doing over these days?
I think I would like to try that. Seems the best thing I can go for that I can actually afford to do. Yeah. Everything else is either way too specific use or frangible. And everyone can use an extra +1 in armor.
Did we agree that you could give up that item and enchant something entirely different?
It would have to be another, something like that. I don't know.
I know we had a discussion
Details
about.
for another time. We're gaming right now.
Yeah, sorry, I was just wondering.
So what else are you guys doing on this day number 3 here? You've done quite a lot, to be honest.
Let's go to bed then.
Okay,
We'll finish up by writing some more of our thingy, and then we'll go to bed.
very good. Day 4. Anything in particular? Any purchases? Any interactions?
Have I picked up my sword yet?
I think you said you were picking up the other day. You have your
Yeah.
nice shiny sword.
Okay, just checking.
I'll pick up what I would need to try to do the enchantment.
If you wish, if you name it something, they'll engrave it in shiny draconic runes for free.
On my
Ooh.
sword.
Hmm?
You should get Thessalonian runes. They're cooler.
They'd require someone to write them out for them. They don't know Thassalon.
Neither do we really.
Just to say, Gary, can you write this name in Thassalon for me? He writes something. Bird sword.
That's
Come and get it from the chippy.
Okay. Come on. Prod, poke, poke.
Yes. I'll obtain what I need to try that enchantment.
So you go around buying all sorts of mystical herbs and material components and whatnot.
Yes. Do we want to speak to Sabria at least about your clockwork friend?
Why not? Might be worth it.
Okay. Were you just going to talk to her about the clockwork, or were you going to talk about potential trading routes or something like that as well?
Yeah.
It gives us 2 reasons to talk to her.
All right.
Let her know we may be venturing towards the Mush Fens if she has any news to impart or urgent business in that area for us to...
Did you make an appointment or just drop in?
Best to call ahead.
But she seemed so friendly the other day.
Best to call. Very formal. Let's not piss her off.
She looked like she was dressed kind of casual, but she might be busy, throwing daggers into a sin spawn.
Odd sort of character, because she's basically a thug and somewhat of an enforcer for the market, but a merchant of her own, and rich, and yeah, all sorts of odd combinations. Anyway, so basically she meets you at a light cafe on the outskirts of the Bazaar of Sales. Very happy that you've taken her up on her offer of meeting so soon. So, what is it you'd like to talk about today? Do you have Cogsworth following you today? Have you not had him before?
Well, he was following things, so I don't know how many days he runs.
He runs for about, I think, 5 hours or so. You figure out.
Okay.
5 hours per wind.
We can wind him up and bring him with us and not mention him and see if she seems to take a noticeable interest or shine into him as we discuss the Mush Fens.
Okay. Oh, you've purchased yourself a clockwork servant.
Actually, we obtained him when we were searching the bottom of the Crow.
Oh, really? Is he very useful?
Terribly so.
He does seem quite the handy chap.
Can he cook? I've heard of some that can cook.
I don't know whether this one can cook.
Haven't noticed that. He has repaired damage he's received in that. I don't know if he'll can repair other things either.
Doesn't seem to do very much at all.
Well, he certainly seems to follow you very well.
Yes,
Oh.
like a dog.
He also fights when we fight.
Yes, he seems to have some sort of bodyguarding compulsion.
Doesn't
Interesting.
protect us, does it just protect himself?
I can't say that I know much about them myself. Certainly they're more of a Karamega sort of thing, with the clockwork, making Ardok family and all those sorts there. Mind you, there is a gentleman in Golemworks, I believe, who is quite fascinated with clockwork.
Oh.
Perhaps you could see him and see if you could get him to, your little fellow, to program to cook or something.
That would be a wondrous idea. Could you relate his name to us?
His name is Mortimer Pug.
Nice one.
He's
Oh, you did it. There she goes.
He's the owner and proprietor of Pug's Contraptions in the Ordelia district.
Ordelia district.
He's typically more involved in clockwork things that are toys, devices, entertainments. I heard he once made a device with clockwork puppets that you could input different scrolls into it and they would perform different plays. Most fascinating.
Yes. We'll definitely have to give Mr. Pug a look over.
She knows what she is. Don't you, Ruby?
That was well.
Bing bong, bing bong.
Very interesting.
Yes.
He seems to have a bit of a distinguished face to him, don't you think?
Well, somewhat of a noble bearing. I Not sure exactly who crafted him all those thousands of years ago.
We never tipped him
Someone
over to
fell
look
onto
underneath. Made by Bob.
Made in Taiwan.
Under the hood.
Under the hood.
Oh, yes, but why we called on you, Madame Kelmarin? Kelmarin? Whatever the appropriate...
The last name's a bit wonky, isn't it?
Yeah, whatever the
Yes.
appropriate way of addressing...
Please, call me
Bizarre princess.
Sabrea.
Ah, I'm honored, Tabrea. It looks like we may be venturing next towards the Mush Fens,
Oh, you don't say.
and there doesn't seem to be a lot of information about that region, but we thought in your vast merchanting and supply chains you might know of something and of the region, and may even have cause for trade there.
Well, I have to admit, the mush fens and some of the various herbs that are becoming quite popular these days have been something on my mind recently. I know a few people who venture in a little bit, not often enough, however, and typically not in something where I can get proper stock of things like whip lily and frog's eye, maresh, fen pepper. But I do hear that there are tribes of troglodytes or boggards that live in there, and perhaps they could be persuaded to make certain trips out and be willing to trade.
Troglodytes and boggards.
You know, troglodytes, they're, well, I hear they're rather smelly creatures, very lizard-like, tend to live in caves and whatnot. And
Yeah.
boggards are some sort of giants,
Lizards are only good for one thing.
barbaric frog-type creatures.
Lizards are only good for eating.
Well, let's just say I would be certainly to give what knowledge I can of the mushfens, perhaps try and find someone who can tell you more, but I would definitely be interested in if you can perhaps know of any tribes willing to be a part of a trade agreement.
I'm pretty sure that we don't.
After your trip, of course.
I'm pretty sure that we don't.
We'll definitely keep that in mind should we encounter people willing to
Live ones.
parlay and...
Is there a particular area of the mushfens you're heading to? They're a very uninteresting area as far as I know.
We're going to look at the big statue that's there. We hear it's very tall and interesting.
I believe it's referred to as the Lady's Light.
Oh yes, that lighthouse. I've heard that it's some sort of in the shape of a woman, and if the ships get too close for it, it comes alive and strikes them down with the fire of the light. Most interesting sounding to me, but
Ooh.
at least that's what the sailors say, and they can be such a superstitious lot.
Yes, but not all superstitions are unrooted in truth.
This is true. This is true.
Yes, we'd heard some talk of a Jasper Candamaris that might know more of the area too.
I have heard that name. There are some of the fellows that have gone into the marsh say they talked to him beforehand. Certainly seemed like he was able to give good advice. They did mention him being very eccentric, but after they took him to Flayleaf, then he calmed down quite a bit.
Flayleaf.
Well, it's certainly very useful for calming people down.
Yes, rather medicinal.
Of course.
Excellent. So is there any particular herbs you would be interested in establishing a trade agreement with Fen denizens for, then?
Well, as I mentioned, Whip Lily, Frog's Eye, Mirish, and Fen Peppers.
Mirish.
I have to say I'm very flexible with those I do business with, as long as they can be counted on to do business. So don't try to worry about their appearance or culture as long as they're willing to gather them in trade. That is, of course, always the merchant's prerogative.
And would it be best to arrange a rendezvous outside of Magnamar, or would troglodytes be safe entering?
If they would be able to meet on the edge of the Mush Fens, I'd certainly be willing to send a party to talk with them and hash things out. I can't speak for the City Watch and what they would think of a tribe of troglodytes or boggards approaching the town. That might end up somewhat disastrously.
Yes, that does sound...
Regrets in my tummy.
What are you singing? Are you lizards for your tummy?
You're going to be eating lots of lizards.
I shall have to keep that in mind next time I prepare lunch, Miss Misaki.
That's why she always gets the good diseases.
That's right.
So yes. Anything else you'd like to talk to Sabrea about, or?
Nothing specific jumps to mind. We don't have anything else of note of our in our inventory. We need to special.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'll check.
Ask her if she knows anything about that body thing in the sewer.
The skin remover.
What are you asking her exactly?
If she knows of anything that can do what that happened in the sewer to that body.
Huh? Perhaps there's another serial killer on the loose. It happens every couple of decades, I hear. But of course, they do always say that there is, what is it? Norberger, a cult of him has been in the sewers, they say. Certainly sounds to me like the type of people who would do something sick like that.
Sounds like another good reason to stay out of the sewers.
Well, I don't know why anyone would want to trudge through those places.
They're rather smelly and disreputable. But I think Big Silver has a fondness for them.
For what?
Sewers.
Yours, let's go through the sewers.
Well, maybe I don't like boats.
Perhaps his training just allows him to ignore those things a bit more, but I never could. Certainly I'd have to toss out the clothes I was wearing on any such incursion.
Yeah.
As she says, as she looks at the stains on your guys' clothes.
Yes. One day, hopefully, we'll all be in such a position.
Because you don't just have, like, thousands of spare gold to spend right now, but only one pair of clothes.
Hey, I've got 2 outfits.
Oh? Ooh. Okay. Anything else you want to talk to Spray about? Or do you finish your meal and go on your way?
That's probably it, I guess. Unless anybody else has a right idea.
Don't think so.
So rescuing Fenster, we probably paid off our debt to him in that, even though he lost part of his mind again.
It seems like he's recovering. No worse than a bad drug trip for him or something like that.
So not that unusual a weekend.
Well, It probably is high on his list of unusual weekends, but maybe not the top.
So do you want to try and look at this Jasper fellow?
Sure.
What was his name?
Jasper Kendamaris.
What's he do?
He goes into the mesh fence and he likes his flay leaf.
Very good. We have some flare leaf.
We do. A perfect conversation starter.
Here's some drugs. Take us to the fens.
Draws very lucid maps and tell us tales.
We're going on a vision quest.
Apparently.
A sleepy one, apparently.
I'm here.
For now.
So who is Cogsworth key to right now?
Was Thing, so I guess Thing.
I don't want him.
Although we did decide that Thing was the worst character in all of us to actually use
You
him.
did.
Yes, because he wouldn't attack things that I cast spells on.
He just stands there and goes, oh?
We could see if there's a compatible net available in the...
Where the hell are we, Lockhart? What's that?
What's what? What does it look like?
Looks like a creepy place with, like, weird things on the floor.
I do not like this map drawer. He adds all these little circles and stuff to his maps.
Oh. Is that just like a town and there just happens to be occult crap all over it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And walls. And...
Yeah. He does so much work, but I really am not a fan of the maps he draws.
Is that Zeus up ahead?
Apparently.
He is 6.5 feet tall.
Huh.
Shorty.
And has a very intimidating-looking weapon.
Yeah.
You are
He's
somewhat
pathless.
easily able to start looking for him after obtaining some more information on his description from Sheila, as you hear about someone who is basically prophesizing the end of the world in Raig's End.
Is that a flail of gray skulls?
It is a flail with 2 skulls on it, yes.
Nice.
They look like
Approaching
gray.
the streets, you think you've actually even heard his voice before at one point or another walking through. Woe, woe unto thee, O Magnemar, for oblivion approaches, and thy lamentations shall drown out the sounds of the sea. The great whore straddles a 2-headed beast, and rides this way, sowing the contaminated seeds of her blasphemies as she draws nearer. Weep, weep, O generation of the damned, for none shall escape the pitiless scythe of oblivion. Heed my warning and turn to Grotus. Grasp this mortal hand I offer, and we shall march into the void together. He says this trying to reach out towards the people who pass by, which give him a fairly large berth.
Is Grotus a god?
Knowledge religion check.
Which one is... that's... 15.
You don't know much, but Grotus is an apocalyptic god of unknown origins. Perhaps predating the current incarnation of the planes. He is distant, enigmatic, and malevolent, but incredibly patient in the face of an indefinite wait to fulfill his mysterious purpose. Because he does not actively cultivate worshippers, much of what is known about him and his scattered faith is limited and often contradictory. Built from secondhand information and pieces of lore repeated by his insane followers. Most folk pay him no heed or only give him the scantest consideration, for tangible and immediate threats, such as poverty or being devoured by monsters, are far more pressing than a god of the end of all things.
Cherry.
As he approaches, you notice he seems to have a sort of nervous tick to him as well. And he turns around, and all of a sudden his eyes just go wide as he points to you. Behold! The blessed ushers of the end times! The holy escorts of oblivion! Soldiers of the Void, champions of mighty Grotus himself,
Our reputations
seems-
precede us.
about to step forward towards you, when all of a sudden, a group of 3 young men run out of the alley and basically try to put their boots and clubs to him.
This will be amusing.
Is there any specific reason for this that we can see?
They have a speech bubble.
They have a speech bubble. Bye.
Does this speed up the crazy prophet? Or
Are they triplets by any chance?
No.
Are we nearer him as he was about to reach out to us?
No, that's about where you would be as he kind of notices you.
Yeah.
Well, in fairness...
he's like Reed Richards. His arm just goes long.
Well, basically, it is rather odd. He kind of picks you out of the crowd for no particular reason when he says about being soldiers of oblivion.
It's because we're a birdman, a funny-looking elf, and a guy made of silver with a robot and a Viking.
It's possible. That's just what he needed. Those were in some cosmic joke in a Grotus book somewhere, and he's taken them as a sign of the apocalypse.
Grotus.
So, these 3 men jump out.
Black
Joseph immediately clubs him, and he kind of falls to the ground. Oi,
Fella.
you
What,
filthy
his
bugger! We've
his
got
weapon was
just
just for
about
show?
enough of your mad racket, scaring away honest merchants, frightening away customers with your gloomy twaddle. They all don't seem quite right in their mind. There's something really giddy about them.
Is it possible they're drugged up?
Perception check. Perception.
Boom.
Or
Hey,
if you prefer.
13. Feel my power.
Better than me.
Nearmore, you notice that the lips and corners of their mouths are stained black.
What does that normally mean?
You're not sure. You're pretty sure it's something drug-related, though.
Masaki, you got a perception skill on it.
Perception, knowledge local, I should say, which I don't think Nearmore has.
7.
Knowledge local or knowledge nature?
Perception, hang on.
How's your act coming?
Hmm.
Let's see. Local. 23 for local.
You're assuming we're fighting, I see.
No, this is their initiative to see how fast they beat him up.
Oh,
They're
very good.
fighting for sure.
Ah,
You guys don't have to do anything.
pretty sure we're gonna, though.
What was the other one? Nature?
Yeah, but between Misaki and Gary, Misaki definitely because she can see it and rolled an amazing knowledge local, suspects that they are currently high on Pesh cut with Night Lotus root.
The hell?
The Black Kiss.
Black Kiss, yes.
Hence the Black Kiss boy.
So, let me just add them to initiatives and let them have their surprise round on him.
Oh, I get the impression he's ever surprised.
So, let's see. His initiative. And I bet you guys didn't think I'd actually make you do combat tonight.
I know, I'm surprised. We might stand a chance of actually getting some XP.
All right, and there's it's decent.
That is decent.
All right, so number 1 gets his attack with his club, and he hits, of course. And how much sneak attacks damage do these
Oh,
guys
jeez,
have?
they're sneaking him too. That's a bit mean.
So much for saving this guy and getting information off him.
Yeah, he's totally going to have the crap kicked out of him.
And yeah, he delivers a harsh blow to the back of this guy's head. Are you guys joining in the combat?
Yes.
Yes.
Roll initiatives.
23.
7.
28. I don't like it when people pick on my friends.
Yeah. I think he's the crazy guy, but, you know, still no need for that kind of business.
Crazy meat will make awesome friends.
It's like multiple friends.
They make even the most boring trip to the bar interesting.
So, did we say Cogsworth is still on Gary? Or is he near more?
I think we said that Gary was the worst person he could be connected to.
Yeah, I think near more.
Yeah, I'll take him again.
We should have
Did
bought him
we
a
act-
net.
I'm going to say, did we load him with a net? We need
You
to
never
load him
said
with a
you
net.
did.
We need to load him with a
Okay.
net.
I give you guys plenty of opportunity.
I know.
20 for Brunsk.
Everyone's so
Alright,
fast.
So, while they've got their cheap shot in, and they all seem very focused on him, they certainly haven't noticed you guys. Misaki.
What is that in
There's-
the way?
There's just a general car in the street. It's nothing particular.
Is that blocking Masaki's charge?
It would block a charge. There's enough obstacles or a possible urgent somewhere in the way.
Hmm.
But you can have your regular movement through the area.
Okay. Regular movement, did you say?
Yeah, 6 squares.
No. Where are they? I can't see them.
They're
Straight up.
Okay. My regular movement is
6 squares.
Go and get to there.
You'll have to double move to get in on them.
Well, they might just bugger off seeing us rush in.
Doubt it, but we may as well rush at them. I mean, you're going to have to get into them somehow.
If I double move,
I'd put yourself 2 to the right, and then you can edge round the back of them, and I'll put myself in the middle.
okay. Like that.
Yeah, I guess that's the best we can do with being this far away.
Can I do anything else?
That's about it. Draw a weapon.
Yeah.
Okay.
And look angry. New shiny weapon.
Yep.
You can certainly shout or talk to them, try and grab their attention.
New
Oi!
new shiny magic weapon.
Oi, stupid boy.
Whoa, this is good stuff. I'm seeing giant birds, man.
Just you wait and see.
Nearmore's turn.
Okay, Nuramo's turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Blur past Cogsworth.
8.
Can you move and attack?
Yes.
That's right, because your base is 40 now, right?
Mm-hmm. I aim to hit. Oh, I exploit. 18.
You exploit.
I aim to hit. Non-lethal.
Okay,
22.
that'll hit.
8 non-lethal.
You punch him.
Pop.
Oh man, you're gonna pay for that.
He's in 3D.
Cogsworth basically moves to try and catch up to Nearmore.
Chunk, chunk, chunk.
He's fast.
Well, he had to double move. That's why he's not
Oh.
attacking this turn.
Oh.
Mind you, I suppose. Well, no. Anyway, Brunsk. Brunsk will probably. Should he move in the middle of Nearmore and Misaki? Decisions. He'll move there for now and just stand with Sheila and Hilda. Black Kiss number 1 continues whacking the old man.
That poor old guy. You bastards.
These aren't nice people.
No.
Holy.
Ooh.
Apparently Lockhart's not nice either with his critical. Which is probably confirming on the old naked dude.
He was armed and everything.
At least it's not a sneak attack this time. Well, actually, no, it is. It hasn't been Jasper's initiative yet.
Shit.
So 4d6 plus 6.
So they're not so addled on the drugs that they can't pull off these. Wow.
Ouch.
He's on the ground and bloody.
20 damage. Is he dying?
If not already dead.
Very, very likely.
Gary, get up here.
Number 2. Who is number 2? Yeah, number 2 is the one who hasn't engaged yet. He's, for the most part, still just intent on the fact that this old man just fell down and has possible matter running out of his skull.
Nice.
Yeah, man, that's what you get for preaching that stuff on night scale turf. Yeah.
Hey, Gary, are these your friends?
Not at the moment.
Well, they're the night scales, Gary. They're your friends, right?
And number 3 is going to try and attack Nearmore for hitting him.
Bring it on.
15 will not cut it, however.
No.
Dude is gonna bleed. How much con does he have?
Does he stabilize?
Let me check. Nope.
No.
Gary.
So I can't double move and still cast a spell, right?
Dispel?
Cast a spell.
A spell. No, however, stabilize is a ranged spell.
It is? I thought that was touch.
I don't think so. No, stabilize isn't. Cure's a touch.
Cure minor wounds used to be a touch, but it's stabilize now.
Stabilize.
I've got to write that down. 25 feet plus 5 feet every 2 levels. So I need to get within 35. Okay, so I can just do that. If I can... Oh, I'm down there. Okay.
However, nothing's going to necessarily say that they won't try and finish the job either.
Well, yeah, you might attack him again, right?
So I can get to there, and I'll cast Stabilize at him, I guess.
Okay. Stable. You hope it worked. You really hope.
Yeah.
Misaki.
Kick some ass, Misaki.
I'm going to kick some little boy bum.
You going to move forward or not?
I'm kind of happy where I am, I think.
Okay. I'm going to move forward this turn, though.
But I don't know that.
I've just told you. You can always move forward next round. You're not going to get any benefit from it this round.
I'm just going to get a drink of water here quick.
Stay where you are and attack that dude.
Yes, sir.
Chop him a twain, dear. A twain.
Mark Twain.
Mm-hmm.
So what changed for my weapon?
You have plus what? It's a +1 weapon now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get +1 to hit and +1 to damage. I think you already had a master. Did you have a masterwork one? Oh, you had to buy one. So you're now +1 to hit and +1 to damage with it.
So instead of being D20 plus 8, it's D20 plus 9.
Mm-hmm. What is Thing doing?
I'm icing my drink.
Why did it seem to sound like you were basically pulling a cupboard down on top of yourself?
Apparently my mic is still too sensitive.
What is Misaki doing?
She's attacking.
Okay.
Apparently badly.
No, you didn't roll correctly.
Yeah. $26.
Okay, yes, that will hit.
And then the damage
It's +1 again because you have a +1 weapon.
plus 4. Right.
Woo! 12 damage. Chop. That's got to hurt.
All right, it's a pretty bad wound on his arm. Near more.
I shall 5-foot step forward, which is probably a worst place to be. And I will flurry the guy that was beating up the old man.
All right.
After exploiting him for weaknesses, which I get a 28 with.
Okay.
So that means you're bypassing his damage reduction. That he probably
It means I get plus. It gives me +2 to hit as well. So it's worth doing every round.
Well, or you can choose +2 to your defense instead.
Yeah, I can choose +2 to defense instead.
But I think default we're saying it's your attack, unless you say otherwise.
Yes, right now we're attacking because he needs stopping. So let's make sure. So +2 to these. 17 and 16.
Both will hit.
Woo! So that's 27 non-lethal.
That is enough to basically punch him out with what is likely to be a black eye at some point very soon.
Ha! Made certain to at least knee him in the nuts at least once.
So how do I do this? Actually, I should whatever. Okay. And Cogsworth. Walks up and slams his metal fist. Well, I don't know. How intelligent have we made him before? Has he attacked down targets before?
I don't know.
Not sure if it's come up.
He's never attacked anyone who's been on the ground, as far as I remember. But then I don't think he's ever had an opportunity to.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too.
But then I must have knocked people over before, and he's never gone in and actually just out and out attacked the corpse if it's been dead.
Not much after we got him, actually, because we were...
No, but we did plenty of fighting after we got him.
Yeah, but not with a lot of non-lethal.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. He would have attacked the bodies on the ground, wouldn't he?
We'll say he'll just default to the nearest one closest that he knows is also a target.
I like that. He's getting cleverer.
Well, possibly.
Rubbing off on him.
But it's affecting his combat style.
Because he's terrible.
Yeah.
Thinking is affecting... That's why he's using 80% of his processor to figure out who's a target.
Brunsk is going to step over there. And is kind of...
This guy's pretty sore already.
He is. But... yeah, he doesn't really want to trample over the guy who's just got brained twice.
Yeah.
So, what's my regular attack here? I'm having that problem again.
Brunsk just isn't as good at some nights, is he?
All right. Number 1 is knocked out. Number 2. Whoa, what's going on here? Game over, man! Game over!
Not on I.
And do you have anything that's gonna prevent him from making a withdrawal action or something?
Like what?
No. There's a few things.
Tanglefoot bags.
There's feats and stuff but okay. So he's basically just gonna run down the alley. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's fair bit away. He's further than that, but I don't have any more.
I ran out of my sight range. Damn.
Al?
Hmm?
Is Eric allowed to come round?
If he wants to.
He does.
It is 20 past 10, and I will be sleeping soon, once this is over.
Oh, yeah.
As you will, by the sound of it, little yawner.
I can't go to sleep till this is finished.
Am I taking that with me tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. Is she coming to get it from my work, or am I taking it to her?
I don't know. You were supposed to deal with it between you two of you.
Yeah, but you know what she's like at answering text messages? Just tremendously vague.
And the other one is going to do likewise, and they basically retreat and run down.
Damn it!
Gary is next.
Come on, Gary, put him down.
Well, they're out of my sight range, so... I can't like hit him with a malsum spell or anything because I think that's a house that blocks the sight.
Yeah, they're a fair bit. They've probably made another turn already into a smaller alley or something.
If you're a real wizard, Gary, you'd be like flying over us all, like raining down death.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in and see if my stabilize helped or caught him in time, and if he's worth a heal spell now. Or
Heal the crazy dude, Gary. There's
You
no
think you
sense.
see him breathing.
That's a good thing.
all right, I will. What the heck? We're probably not going to get a major combat. I'm going to hit him with a cure. Cure moderate.
Boom.
For 8 whole points.
Well, the good news is he does seem to be healing. Bad news is he's still unconscious. Does anyone plan to do anything, or are you gonna mostly make sure this guy's all right here?
I don't think chasing these guys down the rickety alleys of some terrible place is a good idea.
We can go through the pockets of the down ones.
Fair point.
I mean, I could catch them, but that's not a good idea because considering they're running towards where their mates live, it's probably ill-advised at this point. Plus, we have one to talk to, and we have an elixir of truth.
This is true.
Let's go through his pockets to make sure he's not got hidden weapons or valuables or dragon scale tokens.
Let's secure him as well.
So, what are you doing? So, one thing at a time. Are you first searching through his pockets?
Yeah, that'll probably be easiest before we tie him.
Okay. He has 5 doses of Pesh.
Jeez, hang on, I'm adding it. We're going to be Pesh dealers, people, okay?
And to think, you were so against that in the first session.
Well, here's my thinking. We're not dealing it right now, we're owning it. And as long as we own it, that's 13 doses no one else is taking.
That's right.
Until your next breakfast omelet.
He has his club, his armor, and a little pouch with 15 gold pieces.
Alright, we'll take that as recompense for the fact that he smacked that guy. Perhaps we can give it to that guy when he comes round if we remember.
What kind of armor has he got?
It just looks like leather armor. Fairly
Okay.
well made. Same as his club, actually.
Does he have a masterwork club?
It does have some initials on it.
Bob scratched on the side does not make it
Nothing
masterwork.
says they're his initials.
It's Brunsk, is this armor and thing of good enough quality to take?
You're asking Brunsk.
He's our fighter. He's the one with experience in armor and weaponry.
You're not asking the person with appraise.
Yeah, I guess you could appraise it. Masaki, appraise this.
It's like you ask Brunsk. Brunsk think, sure, it's stuff. Take everything. Salt the land when you're done.
Not even find a market for the boy.
Yes, Misaki believes it's a masterwork club and masterwork leather armor.
A masterwork.
Heck, it's finally a weapon we can use, though.
What does Brunsk wear for armor? Oh, he's wearing like a chain vest, like
I
a
think he's
breastplate
wearing
or something.
Scale or something.
Okay, so he's well beyond leather.
Oh yes,
Okay.
and I think Misaki is well beyond leather too.
Yeah, she's on like studded leather, masterwork, or +1 studded leather or something.
Okay, so then you tie him up,
Yes.
and then
And then
Is this guy conscious?
no, neither of them are. More to the point, are you just going to stay in the middle of the streets?
No,
of-
we're going to find somewhere to go.
Should I burn another spell and get the guy on his feet at least?
I don't know, should we carry him out unconscious? He might be easier to handle.
I'm talking Prophecy Boy.
Yes, so am
I think
I.
that's. I thought that's. Yeah, Hal was talking the same one too.
So am I.
You have
He's only
him
6'5".
I'm
Yeah.
just thinking of taking him somewhere more secure so we can
He's
discuss things with him.
6'6.5" feet.
What's your point? My effective strength is 21. Which house would you like me to carry him in?
oddly enough, Gary does happen to know a place nearby with lots of abandoned-looking houses where people probably don't ask questions.
Hey, isn't that a place over there?
So, are you going to take him to Lost Lane and find an empty-looking house? And
We should probably
Talk to
also check
people?
through the Prophet's pockets to make sure he doesn't have a surprise weapon he's going to pull on us.
Gary.
Okay, leave the crazy man all his goods to hit us with later when he wakes up with a bad headache.
Very good. What are we doing with unconscious boy?
Drag him along.
Kissy McKisserson. Yeah, we can drop him off at the watch later.
When he's half naked, we could just, hang him upside down from the eaves of one of these buildings.
What do you think? What do you think we write on his butt cheeks for a copper a poke?
it's only leather armor. He still has clothes unless you're stripping him.
This way in.
Copper a poke.
I swear Chris only giggles when we're doing like really inappropriate things.
She's listening, really. She's addicted. What does she watch that's so funny? What's she watching?
I'm not sure. It's on her tablet.
Oh, okay.
So we quickly brand get it here in runes on his ass and leave him at.
Yeah, we'll drag him along. We can drop him off at the watch later.
Okay. So, are you going to the Lost Lane then and talking to?
Is that
people?
wise, or is it better just to take him out of this
Well-
area and feed him at the same time?
It's not like it's the bad spot. It's basically a place that's kind of just known to be a spot you go to conduct shady business in private, especially if you're connected with the Night Scales.
What is this shady business, or are we just talking to a guy?
I don't know. What? You can't be too sure. It'd certainly be private and a place where people aren't going to ask questions if all of a sudden he wakes up and screaming.
All right, let's go there.
Off we go to Lost Lane.
Gary, how do you know about this place?
A guy hears things.
Gary, we know you're like a wizard. You've no idea what's going on down here.
This knowledge local is actually pretty high.
Yeah, that's true. This way you sold those things.
In this neighborhood, I noticed a few unlocked doors. Looked like they'd abandoned buildings.
Uh-huh. Okay, we're following you. You seem to know where you're going.
Brunt's shouting.
You pick a door that you hope no one is behind and have Brunsk open it up.
Good.
And you luck out, and it is in fact empty right now, instead of someone being chopped to bits or tortured or something.
That comes later.
So, you have both of them?
Yes.
Who are you waking up first?
I don't care about the night scale guy. He's just going to prison, so let's wake up the crazy man.
At least the guy claimed to be in the night scale, or claimed to defend the night scale.
Gary's friend, the night scale.
Are you restraining him first, or just
Yes. Which one?
waking him up? Jasper.
There's no need to restrain him. He should be pretty reasonable.
I think just drag his weapon out of reach first.
Put it within sight, though.
I don't want to get a skull to the head.
It's true.
Okay. So then I need some healing magics.
Get with the healing.
I'll switch over to Cure Lights for just in case we get ambushed as we leave here.
Ambushed? Us?
Thought it was safe here, Gary.
Well, the Muck Palace wasn't safe when we left.
It's true.
10 points.
It was a hell of a hard fight.
All right. With that, he starts to rouse.
Hey.
Let's see. What is his will save? Hey.
The end is not quite nigh, my friend.
Hey.
I think we're about to get a guest.
Rotus. What strange visions and agonies you give me to test my patience. Let your soldiers usher in the end. Open the doomsday door.
This is going to have some strange significance later, like when we reach the final book of this or something, isn't it?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Might just be a dude.
It's totally not the final book that has Doomsday Door in their name.
Somebody's going to come in writing a two-headed aboleth. And...
Hey, dude. How's it going?
Do you feel all right, my friend?
The drums are sounding in my head, counting off the days, and I see past through the clouds and mists of time itself, when Grotus will rise and shake the bonds that hold him to Pharasma's lair. When a Vex's choice presents itself, the Ricewood path always leads to safety.
Ricewood.
He seems very much enfervored with something that you just can't see.
Awesome.
He's very gesturing and almost begins pacing immediately. At one point, pounding his already damaged head against one of the boards of the house to make his point.
Hey,
Oh, unwise generation, ye labor for naught. Abandon thy plough and heed the tolling of oblivion's bell.
The answers.
A bell only he can hear, yes.
Why do we never meet normal people?
Because we're adventurers.
Oh,
Eric,
they're talking to a schizophrenic person right now.
Gary, is there anything you can do to cure him up for 5 minutes?
A small pinch of flay leaf, perhaps?
That's
Calm his nerves?
right.
I don't think that's
Fear
wise,
is
Gary.
wiser than folly, but folly will aid thee in the nights to come.
Folly we have plenty, my friend.
I don't think that's going to help, Gary. I don't think drugging him up is going to help at all.
Yeah, but it'll be funny.
It
Do I
would,
have a
yeah.
create Adderall spell? No.
You were certainly told as much by Sabrea,
What?
that drugging him up with flay leaf should calm him down.
Oh. Then
Yes.
maybe we should... Does he take it, or are we going to have to force him to eat it?
No, good.
Slip him a flare leaf brownie.
Not my top choice.
uh,
I like Fizzle.
My friends, the forces from beyond have sent us with a gift for you.
Picture.
To fuel your visions.
Hey, Hal, do you want a cake shot?
I'm good, thank you.
so you're presenting him with a lit blunt then?
Yeah, basically.
That's so funny.
The soldiers of the void, sent by Grotus, offer me a blessing. I partake to await the end.
So, hold on. We have an apocalyptic, crazy hippie with a big mace.
With skulls.
Flail.
Sorry, flail.
He takes a very long draught and just sort of breathes out. And after a moment, kind of leans back and sits on the floor.
Greetings, friend.
Can I eat him?
He's not a lizard.
You might think he is right now.
Hello. My name is Jasper.
Gary.
Jasper. Yeah, what was his last name?
Candy Marsh.
He has
Yes.
no idea, probably.
Candameris. I see you. And I'm not
Yes.
sure what I see. Are these more visions Grotus has sent to me? A silver man, an elf with burnt arms,
How is this all?
and a bird carrying a mighty blade. Are these new portents of the abyss?
Frightfully real, my friend.
Then it is
Nah, we're
a
just
good
fucking with you.
day. What? We have not had intercourse to my knowledge.
Once you go cloaca, you never go back.
What did he say?
Do not Google.
What did he say?
Do not Google.
What did you say, Thing?
It's an avenue
Once you go cloaca, you never go back.
Don't Google.
Chloe?
What reason brings this cloud of clarity
Google on
to
your
me
phone, right?
today?
Yeah, you can.
We've heard tales that you've spent time in the Mush Fens in your many travels.
Yes, yes. I spent many months there, but it doesn't matter now. The Doomsday Door was probably in Baccaran anyway, and is likely underwater today.
Baccaran?
Yes. Baccaran.
I hate you, Thing.
He seems very saddened at the statement he's just said.
Oh.
However, he does seem calmed down and sober and to a certain degree focused, at least.
Well, perhaps we can raise Baccaran a later day to get this Doomsday Door ready for you. But for now, could you relate to us some of the tales of the perils and portents of the Mush Fens?
Of what area do you seek to go?
Down near the Lady's Light, if you know of it.
Ah, yes. I had hoped that the beautiful one of ages past would have led me to the Doomsday Door. But alas, it was not to be. It was a false woman. However, there is one not so false who lives there. The Witch Moreau. She lives on an island, in a hut to the north of where this lady stands. She knows much of the area and has lived there long.
If somebody that's not me is writing this down.
Things writing.
Is she this Witch Moreau, is she a trustworthy?
She is not fond of trespassers and strangers, and has a short temper, but she is not a savage or a wild one, nor prone to combat.
Right, sounds like
Should
we need to...
you seek her out, call greetings, Lady Moreau. Jasper sent us to you. We seek your advice. I think he's kind of turning to Brian Blessed a little bit.
He's getting there. I'm thinking that basically we'll stand outside and what'll happen is she'll cast a big spell on us and we'll all die.
No, I'll turn into a Hawkman.
Hawkman!
Furthermore,
Me, my Hawkman!
Die!
she has many little tasks she wants done, but often lacks such motivation to carry them through herself.
I smell a fetch quest.
However,
Somebody
I have not said that. Should she ask,
doesn't get
the
any.
man named Jasper, who I am, did not say that.
Somebody smells
But I did. And, should you offer your aid, you may find yourselves better placed with her. She knows much of the region, and more to the point has lived there all this time.
And could you describe this witch Moreau to us? Her appearance.
She has emerald skin, hair the same shade as her raven,
Yes.
Her raven.
pointed ears, I believe, and sharp teeth.
Alright, I'm coming, dog.
Half-orc sorceress? Wizard?
Which?
Witch, that's right. Witch. Raven familiar, okay. Anything more of the area you could relate to us that would be of use?
The land is home to tribes of troglodytes with their scent so putrid, yet smelling of the defeat and emptiness Grotus will leave in this land. And the boggards, slimy creatures with mouths they long to fill. They bicker and fight each other. And as I did, you may be able to seek passage safely by declaring differing allegiances as needed.
So you actually ventured to the Lady's Light where you met this false lady.
A man did. A
Amanda?
man named Jasper Candameris. Candameris is supposed to watch over the Doomsday Doors, but I have not found them.
Like multiple doors.
He seems to be hesitant to talk about this. You wish to know of the Mushfens. If you wish, you can press him for it, but it might require a diplomacy check.
What the heck? I am good at diplomacy.
Are you strong-arming the crazy guy?
No, he's talking politely and prying into his personal details.
24.
Hey! Where's my stuff on him?
Those details that will prove surprisingly useful after we realize, after we encounter whatever they are.
That's right.
I was like, oh, that's what he meant. We could have avoided this.
Candameris found the massive doors deep under a region known as the Rasp. They were carved with strange runes that prophesied the end of days. Therefore, he made a temple to Grotus out of the stone surrounding these aptly named Doomsday Door. However, he was unable to open them. Now I cannot find them. I shall not know what lies beyond, or able to pry them open myself. I shall be a failure towards Grotus, who has given me such patience by letting me live so long after the prophesied death.
Oh, I'm sure in time they will open and reveal themselves to you, my friend.
Truly, I see that you may indeed be the soldiers to bring about the void that Grotus so desires.
Why do I think this man may be on the level?
I feel a kinship with you I have not felt since I was abandoned by the Pharasman Temple.
You used to be with the Frasmans.
It is... You came about the mush, and...
Yes.
Again, he kind of closes down a bit. It might require more gentle prodding if you wish to know more.
Oh, safe to speak to us. You're amongst friends. Diplomacy, I assume, again?
Yep.
No, only 17 this time.
I should not. My fate lies with Grotus alone. It is irrevocable as the prophecy of my death. The Mushfins now, quick, before my time is too short.
Can you tell of this false lady?
No. 'Twas merely that I was not able to find the doors there. I assumed, perhaps, she would show the way, but her lights revealed nothing. I have since learned that the Doomsday Doors may have been in an entirely different area.
Eric gave her a treat. That's why she's running around.
And now likely lie below the ocean. I can give you this. He reaches into his robes and pulls out a tattered piece of leather that has some drawings on it and a few labels.
Like a map?
Like a map.
Wow. Crazy
It
man
starts
map.
singing in a strange language.
Ooh.
I'm the map. I'm the map. No.
Mappity map.
How do I do this? There we go.
I speak that language. I mean, no. Rose Isle, Troglodyte, Zolth Caves.
It's like a real map,
Lady's
look, huh?
Life.
You've been doing, like, preparation.
Yeah.
I told you. I prepped a bit.
Oh, there we go. I've made it pop up.
I thought you were just
Yes.
blowing me off.
Slug Creek. Doesn't that sound like a lovely place?
So we could sail all the way down that river that ends in Slug Creek, or go by the
No.
ocean.
That's assuming that it would take you less time to get. Slug
Yeah.
Creek starts far, far to the east.
I think the general consensus is we'd probably come round the ocean, wouldn't we?
Either by boat down the ocean if we can get past those little shoal islands, or over land through the...
cross country through the fens.
Yeah.
You notice there is a slight little light in his eyes. He's kind of been recalling his time with the Mushfins.
Such a nice sounding place.
Ladies Lagoon, Lake Galus.
There were these snails the size of your fist.
Good with garlic butter?
Roast them over the fire. Season them with bulbs of garlic pulled from the ground fresh.
Have you seen any of those fist-sized snails in Houston, Hal?
Not yet, but I'm expecting to see plenty on my way to work one morning.
Seeing as they give you meningitis, apparently.
Yeah, they have some kind of rat disease or some such that gives you meningitis. Don't want them.
Bogart Village, F through G. Troglodyte, Zolth Caves, okay. Well, thank you, my friend.
Yes, he's able to give you general directions, and believes that with them, if you want to go on foot, it would take roughly 4 8-hour-ish travel days.
So I guess we can see if there's a boat that's going to be leaving in a compatible time, or...
I mean, are we in any hurry to get there, or shall we just take an overland trip?
Other than paying daily wages, I don't think there's any rush.
Overland.
Assuming we want Brunsk with us.
That we're going to get, like, attacked by 100 different things.
Well, there's nothing to say you're not going to get eaten by a Leviathan when you're shipping round.
Yeah, but you don't get, like, multiple prize camping things in the...
You think Lockhart would roll on the Wandering Monster table for our trip?
Yes.
Adders and chiggers. And
Chiggers.
Do I know Lockhart? Yes.
Huh.
I'm a little worried if we go out like that and either get diseased or horribly like undead level drained and stuff. We're a long slog back before we can find a compatible cleric to help us
Sure.
out. But
I have to say that some of the worst combat we've had so far has been underwater or near the water.
Mm-hmm.
because you can only do bludgeoning, but we have a club now.
Hey!
Piercing.
Masterwork.
Piercing.
Yeah.
Oh, piercing.
Never Cogsworth.
Well, I don't know how good he'd be underwater either.
I can't think of anything more to press Mr. Candamaris for.
Okay, let's let him go.
All right.
Okay, we're gonna drag this thug dude to the Arvensaur and trade him in.
Okay. You bring him in. All right. What do you got here?
Thug, mugger, assaulter dude.
All right. Who did he assault?
Jasper, name please thing.
Candamaris.
There we go.
What street was this on?
Thing.
You can provide street name.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. He shouts back, "Oi! There's that crazy priest on the streets there. He's on these streets. Go round him up."
Why are you rounding up the crazy priest?
Lots of complaints, shouting, accosting people on the streets. People have
Okay.
complained.
Be nice to him. He's not that bad.
People are tossers.
I heard someone try to talk at him, and all of a sudden he hit them with those flails of his.
Yeah, they're big flails.
Dangerous folk. Anyway, all right, we got this one here. Thanks
Good.
for your help.
You're welcome.
So, just out of curiosity, can we drop off anybody we choose at the Arvensaur and they'll take him into custody on our
Well-
say-so?
The fact that this one
We can
kind of
drop
has
off Gary
Pesh on his
Powell.
mouth,
Hmm.
it's a tricky sort of thing. But in general, you guys are Pathfinders, have established contact. The main thing will be if you take in someone who has enough power to say no, and when they get out, then you'll be in trouble.
Ah. But all the tower girls and stuff, then we're fine. But okay,
Well,
cool.
have you checked recently which ones are still in?
Nope.
Would you like to while you're here?
Sure. Inquire about the young ladies and.
All right. All of them are here except Teresha Scaloni.
Which one was
Someone
that
out-
one?
So she was the one with the whip.
No, I hated her.
Someone alibied her out of the crime she'd been sentenced for.
Huh.
Well, hopefully she's not one to bear a grudge. I'm sure she's forgiven us.
Yeah, she's pretty well rounded. I'm pretty certain.
Luckily, we've leveled several times since then.
And so has she. She's been working out in the yard with the other crims.
She's been having a montage.
That's right.
It's her and the suzerain hanging out together, plotting revenge.
Yeah.
That's right.
So, you know you
God.
do.
And what's his face from the circus that we threatened at the start of this?
Yeah, that old guy.
Amazing Zograthi, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Oh, and that invisible chick from the Underdark.
Yes, and her too.
Yeah.
All
We'll leave
of them
them be-
together.
We're leaving
Okay.
behind a good trail of Nemesis eyes.
But
At
you're
least-
making friends too.
At least we
Friends
probably
in
don't have to worry
low
about the
places.
mites.
So, I guess since it's getting late and stuff, Hal's yawning and...
Oh, sorry, that wasn't
Oh, yeah.
intentional.
I don't know, like, well, how late do you guys go? I know it's already 11 for Hal and Lindsay.
Okay.
Alright. So,
I have to keep on working for it.
alright.
Let's finish the info dump, Lockhart, at the very least.
So,
Have a cup of tea.
anything else you are doing today then? You have a few names you've been told about. Is the sculpture lady, and then there's the clockwork fellow.
Right.
Is it
Yes.
Which would you rather?
What's the sculpture lady for?
She might be interested
She
in some.
has an agreement with the Pathfinders, essentially.
Somebody
If they
write
go
stuff
to
down for me.
places that interest the type of art she creates,
Hmm.
she tries to make a deal with whoever is going there about buying stuff they bring back, sort of things.
Like
Okay.
enormous statues of ladies in the
Oh.
Sorcerers of Lust. And
Okay, we'll go talk to her. Do we want to go? Oh, who's closest?
To the Arvensaur, probably the Golem fellow, Clockworks.
do you want to try and pick up a net on the way?
That's beer.
Sure.
Do you want to try and pick
Thanks.
up a net on the way? We might be able to demonstrate Cogsworth's worth.
Sure,
better if
we'll,
he's-
we'll pick up a net and see if Cogsworth can net stuff.
Okay, how are you attempting to... So you can buy it for whatever standard price a net is.
I'm looking. Ugh.
net,
Net,
comma, hair. No.
net, comma, hair. Wrong kind of net thing stuff.
But it's probably the cheapest.
The net, comma, hair.
Yes.
No, net, two-handed
Snag.
simple weapon. That's the bayonet.
There's the net snag at 30 gold.
Net standard, I think, is probably what we're on, isn't it? Can you take a snag net?
Snag net?
Mm-hmm. It's covered in barbs.
I don't see why not.
It works like a typical net exotic weapon, except that it has the trip weapon special feature. If you entangle an opponent and hold the trailing rope on your turn in place of a melee attack, he's not going to use it to trip. He may as well just have a standard net.
Yeah.
He's not going to be smart enough to trip, is he?
No.
No, but if you get a mithril net with cheese grater thin piano wire. Oh,
Yeah.
And the one thing he was trying to use non-lethal force is suddenly shred to pieces. You equip him with a net.
What's the cost of a standard net thing, did you say?
I don't know, the snag net was 30.
It's 20 gold for a standard net.
Okay.
That's a lot of gold for a net.
Hey, just go with it.
I'm going with it.
Don't think about D&D prices.
That's just ridiculous. It's a net, for Christ's sake. How would fishermen would work if nets were 20 gold?
I know.
I sell my fish for...
Clearly there's like weights in here that are super expensive or something.
Yeah, I could sell my fish for
Or
a copper.
it's the patent design. No one else is allowed to copy this particular type of net. So he has outrageous charge on it.
Well, it was like in AD&D where if you were a really good minstrel, you could earn a silver a day. Or if you're a common laborer, you could earn like a copper, but the cheapest meal was a silver a day.
So,
Can we load him with the net? Is it easy?
I think with things various intelligent and profession-y type stuff, he's probably able to load it.
I'm sure Lindsay could use her device skills as well.
And that too.
Trial and error, a few firing hits at Lindsay without...
So, you're going to see Mr. Pug.
Apparently.
Mortimer Pug.
All right, so you approach. What book is this from here? No, not that book.
Polish him up, make sure those runes gleam out on his engraved breastplate, and
You guys are making me go through several books here, you know?
Sorry. It's all things' fault.
Let's look. I'm currently on book 3 for this
Really?
particular person.
What's book 3 called?
The Asylum Stone. We've been over this.
Oh, yeah, we have.
Technically, I've already dipped into book 3 as well to introduce you to,
That crazy guy who escaped the
Yeah.
asylum.
no, Theron Rakis, actually.
Oh.
Technically, I've dipped into, no. Book 5.
Thanks, dude.
To have you meet Madame Sisha Rakis, his sister. So I am attempting to try and bring these together seamlessly.
I like that, Lockhart. Keep it up.
I feel immersed.
So,
Oh wow, he looks like a cheery guy.
Pug's Contraptions in Ordelia. There are a whole bunch of decorative gears on the outside of it, a number of small little toys performing on a storefront window, while inside is a veritable workshop of larger clockwork machines. Some of them seem half-assembled. Others, of course, are fully operational. Most of them are very much a sort of luxury-type item, very much for the high-priced entertainment or service type thing. A balding older human with some half-moon glasses rises up from his work where he's been winding a spring. Yes, hello. Ah, that's a wonderful little contraption you have following you there.
Yeah, see.
Are you looking perhaps to bring it up to standards?
Well,
Tell me, how many keys do you have for it?
Just the one.
just the one, but it's rather fancy.
Just one key?
Why? What do you...
My apologies. I am Mr. Mortimer Pug here, owner of the establishment. What can I do for you, these fine gentlemen and lady?
What could you do with this Cogsworth here?
Does it come with a name? Does it respond to it?
Unfortunately not.
Oh dear, rather dreadful. No. But I'd certainly have to take some time to examine it. May I see the key, perhaps?
Yes.
Okay. Bowing towards you, politely, he moves and pulls out the key. Fascinating. Certainly made of star metal. I've seen this design before, but this is very efficient and basic self-defense and bodyguard key. Well, certainly the model has many uses. If it was perhaps some for a certain price, I might even be able to attempt to install an intelligence into it. And certainly I might be able to make other keys that are compatible with other programs for it. What sort of role would you like for it?
What options are there?
Well, certainly I can experiment with it. I will not know the exact limits of what is programmable until I have time to crack it open and look at the gears and wheels within. But there is a wide variety. Certainly I think it could operate as a sort of butler or a Batman. Perhaps basic things, serving tea, having clothes washed and pressed, perhaps driving a carriage. They can be quite intelligent, you know, in their own sort of atomic way.
Well, he is fine Thessalonian construction.
Indeed he is. I'm sure there would be a certain amount of uses for him. Is there a particular key you would like me to begin construction on?
So the keys hold the programming to the comm.
That's interesting.
Helping us get dressed.
Our personal tailor, yes.
I'm afraid I would request that he be left here. It is the only way I'm properly able to test it, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So each winding can be with a different instruction key?
That is what I've found, that there is a certain amount of programming, perhaps, or intelligence imbued into each individual key. I admit the keys I make are nowhere near to the certain efficiency or degree as certain Thassalon, but I'm quite skilled at it all the same. For the most part, you simply might have to wind him more often, or only use him for a smaller amount of time each day. May I ask, how long does this particular key last for?
About 5 hours.
5 hours as a bodyguard? Well, I dare say that's the record for me.
Perhaps a property of the star metal.
Indeed. I should perhaps look into obtaining some of the star metal. You perhaps unknowingly helped me develop my own business here. Star metal keys. Who would have thought? Ha ha ha!
Excellent. Glad to be of service, sir.
How much are we selling him that intellectual property for thing?
I think we were supposed to negotiate that before we suggested the idea.
Ah, yes. And therein
You
lies
seem
our
to think your
problem.
customers who are trying to customize your robot.
Yes.
I'd just like to point out that Eric is sat here playing a computer game on his phone.
No.
So either he's even more addicted to gaming than we are, or we're really boring him.
Or both.
Or he pissed the bed and I can't go home yet.
He's
But
pissed
I'm
the
trying
bed.
to make funny, entertaining voices this time.
Yeah, and I'm appreciating them as well. I thought they were really good, but
Those are a new thing.
you're just a failure, Lockhart.
So, Mr. Pug is ostensibly human-ish.
Yes, ostensibly.
He sounds quite interesting, though. I'm not at all cute.
So what do we want to do with this robot now we have options?
Kill it, or make it do our laundry.
Well, I do hear Chigs dig giant robot cars. So clearly, you need to make him into a giant robot car.
Or a chauffeur, at least.
Uh,
Oh, we probably don't have a use for a butler on the road, but
No.
Always have use for a butler.
you can't butler.
Perhaps we should buy a house and have him clean it.
the
Buy a
cleanest
house
house
just
that's
to have
never
it
lived in.
Exactly. It's spotless all the time.
As the Skarsny keep trying to come into the house and untidy it.
That's right.
And they'll get netted.
Just the cellar is just filled with these people kept in nets. Very clean and well fed, but kept in nets all the same.
Exactly. Then we can come home and check the stock every few weeks.
That's right. But all right, well, what do we do? Do you want to take him with us still, or do you want to not? You said it could. What's the benefit of being intelligent? What would be the added bonus to him right now?
It would literally,
Give him
well,
orders.
it would literally be intelligent. Like you could talk to it and
So
perhaps
would it-
ask
would-
it to do things.
Would it level with us?
Would it steal
No,
our
not
experience
necessarily.
points? What Hal's asking.
There would be a slight increase to its effectiveness.
Uh-huh.
However, it has limits. You'd have to essentially start creating it into an entirely different clockwork creation to have it be more effective beyond a certain degree.
So is it worth us getting him intellectualized and then taking him with us? Can he survive? Mr. Clockwork Man, Mr. Pug,
Yes.
we are considering traveling to the Mushfens, which would be a particularly harsh environment, I would suspect, for our Clockwork friend.
Dare say so. Yes.
Is there anything that you would recommend or potentially could do to him to make him more apt for such an environment?
Make him
Well,
walk
I mean,
through.
it is indeed if I'm not mistaken, a self-repairing model, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
In general, it's actually fairly robust. I would perhaps be able to install certain air bladders inside it to allow operation to continue for small periods of time in water.
Eric can play the clockwork thing.
He's going to be Cogsworth.
It has no brain at this point.
Perfect.
Perfect.
I could also perhaps provide a very certain oils for it to prevent itself from the harsh sea nearby, hence water damage and the humidity. It would be a small expense of perhaps 300 gold or so.
What do we think? And how much to make him intelligent?
That would be quite the endeavor. You're looking for several thousand for that.
But
Instead
nothing
of voice from the sky.
But nothing the man with the holder of the secret of Star Metal keys wouldn't be able to accomplish, at least.
Let's
Go
see.
to the Emerald City. It'll be fine.
You're looking for an additional, or you're looking for 6,000 gold pieces to make it intelligent.
That's almost a monk robe. This thing hasn't got a chance.
So we can sell him, take him with us, or
You have no idea if you can
Later
sell
on.
him. So
Yeah,
far, this guy's been trying to.
Nobody's really wanted him except for the lady who's at the bazaar, but she only wants him if he can cook.
Hmm.
This guy's trying to pimp your clockwork.
I like that. Pimp your clockwork.
And explore its innards to learn even more secrets of the
Okay.
exploding clockwork.
All right. How about we just get him galvanized against the environment and take him with us? I mean, the only reason we weren't taking him is because he was likely to sink in the bog and never be removed again. So if we can get him so he can function down there, we may as well take him.
Yeah.
So essentially, he's going to impart some temporary water resistance onto it.
Mhm.
But of course, highly suggests that it is not a submersible and to avoid it at all costs.
Right.
But basically, if you leave it for a couple days and 300 gold pieces, he will make it so that it should function, certainly not be damaged. And provided you're careful with it, it'll be fine for incidental water and whatnot.
What do we think? Worth it?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do
Yeah.
it.
Especially with the net, he's
I
been
mean,
mildly effective.
Well, for 300 gold, if he survives like 3 combats, we've got the money's worth off like a bodyguard.
You might be able to get something for him trading with those tribes there. I think.
They might be able to use a
They might think
netting guard.
they might think he's a big metal god. Start to worship him.
Worship his shiny metal ass.
He even comes complete with fishing equipment.
Okay.
You could be a fisher of men.
Yes, exactly. And then they could be an eater of. They're already eaters of men. They're boggards and troglodytes. Or trogloboggards.
There's essentially the awkward moment where, of course, whoever winded him up last has to wait there for a couple hours for Cogsworth to unwind.
Is there no way to wind him down? Can he not release this tension in the spring?
I suppose Mr. Pug would be able to find a way. He is
Yeah.
able to do these things.
I'm sure there's a secret button somewhere to turn the goddamn things off.
Wind him when he's only half wound down.
You know, think about it. You've got your clockwork chef following you around, and you just want to go to bed at supper
they're
time.
called clockwork, but to be honest, they're really not. It's
Right.
magic. Anyway,
Okay. We'll pay him and leave it. We'll
Okay.
pat him. It's good. Let's go see the sculptor lady.
all right.
Naughty sculpture.
Oh yeah, she's all about the sex sculptures, isn't she?
Well, that's why she'll be interested in things from the giant statue of lust.
Oh yeah. Ha ha ha
Looking forward to that shard. Oh yeah.
ha. It's the only dildo-shaped shard. It's the only shard you don't carry. You wear it anally.
So worth it.
Its special ability is it vibrates.
That's right.
Spider sense tingling. I mean,
If you got to know what to do with it.
So, you seek out Ayava in her workshop.
You have another picture. She looks like she got a hat on that's shaped like a butt plug. Oh, she does.
She doesn't look like she makes sex statues.
she's kind of cute.
Is that cute?
Apparently, it's just
No
it's
chance.
just-
I don't think
It's just
anyone
cute.
looks particularly like what they do. I mean, it's not like you walk into a store and see who works and it's like, oh, they don't really look like they sell sex toys.
Clearly
Some of
don't
them do.
sex shop.
Well, some of them do.
I
That's
hear.
what Amazon is for.
what, sex toys?
If you like those kind of boring ass ones, then yeah.
Anyway,
I'll send you a
So-
link.
you'll send me a what? A link?
Send you a link.
Puzzle cunt.
What? I want to know what you just said.
For some reason, I'm thinking it's some like Rubik's Cube device you have to solve first before you can enjoy the toy or something like that.
You must not be on
Careful, I've got a baby sat with me.
It's like a chastity belt, but with puzzles.
You must not be up on the latest Oglofs.
What?
I'm not sure I checked it this weekend. Was it this weekend or was it further? Maybe I've just forgotten.
It's like the two back, I think.
I haven't been
You're talking about
particularly
nerd things, aren't you?
that interested in the story.
I'm actually talking about sex shops, and you two are talking about nerd.
No. We're talking about something of a sexual nature. Anyway. Let's.
Which are disappointing.
You're in Underbridge.
Woohoo!
You're standing in front of a piling with a huge door where there's all these big sculptures of an incredibly risque nature. Most of them very detailed sculptures of entwined succubi or male angels and female succubi. Or
that's going to require sketching.
They are incredibly detailed and vivid. Some of them are essentially basically these devices that are kind of this wheel that you can crank, and it kind of goes very fast and almost appears to be a moving picture. Anyway, inside,
fantasy
artwork.
poem.
What?
Is it the heliograph or whatever it's called?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Anyway, so inside, hard at work, planning her next great sculpture, is the artist Ayava. She doesn't appear to notice you as you walk up.
Greetings, honored artisan.
Oh, hello there. Hi. Oh, wow, you really do have a good body. Okay, you can take the clothes off and stand over there.
She's speaking to him.
I feel she's painting artists with a bad name.
You're her more the allegedly androgynous.
I am allegedly androgynous. Yes.
I have to say, that is amazing skin. Is that makeup? I mean, I'll work my best to be able to match the color. How large are you?
Huh?
You know, it doesn't matter if you're shy. I can always make it larger, enhance reality, as it were. Or if you prefer, there could always be a succubus there that is entwined, so you can't quite tell how large it is, but just from the look of rapture on her face, they know it's enjoyable.
Are succubus into splunking?
Don't make me hurt you, Gary.
So you are here for the commission work, right?
No, we're here to talk to you.
Oh, well, my apologies. You would look wonderful, though. Are you sure? I would really love to sketch you and use you as a model for one of my works.
I'll consider it when we have more time, perhaps.
Oh, I apologize.
No, please don't apologize. It's quite flattering, thank you.
But then are you here to purchase some of my works, then?
Gary, why are we here?
We are associated with the Pathfinders, and we were...
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Hydemark, lovely customers.
Yes, they brought your name to our attention because we were... and you do come highly recommended.
Ew! Ew! Old people should not do this.
They are not old people.
No, Sheila's kind of rocking.
How old is too old, I would like to ask.
I don't know.
Whatsoever.
I don't know. However old Sheila Hydemark is.
Yeah, it all depends on your lifespan.
Why do I picture her husband as being like a doddery old guy?
No,
he's got a natty little beard and stuff.
He's pretty handsome.
That is...
How old
He's
is
pretty
too
young.
old? Somebody needs to tell me.
Anyway, yes, you're here from the Hydemarks. Okay.
Yes.
So you're Pathfinders? Oh, goody. Where are you going? Oh, what do I get to see now?
We are going to venture towards the Lady's Light.
Really? Oh, I've wanted someone to go there for years. It's like the temple of the Rune Lord of Lust. You have no idea.
Gary, are we supposed to be taking this woman there?
Well, we weren't sure if it's safe to journey to there yet. We weren't sure if you'd just be interested in
no,
that.
no, of course. I'm far too busy here, and I mean, I'm not someone who would go to a place like that. I mean, they say there's lizard men and bogarts there that would rip you to pieces. No,
And
what
the
I want to
smells.
do is to find anything that I can use in my art. If it's an object or a piece of art to bring it here, I will pay a very good price for it. And of course, especially if there's murals or carvings, something that's not used as transport, like a minimum of 10 charcoal rubbings, or even more if you need.
All right. Can definitely see what we can provide from there.
Wonderful. This might be too much, Ashley. I don't suppose you know how soon you'll be back. This could bring in a whole new line of customers.
I'm guessing not for a
just
couple
the
of weeks with
sexual
travel time.
fantasies of the infernal, but knowing the actual rune lord of lust, how she seduced her prey. Oh, the heights of pleasure she brought them to before she manipulated them.
Who? Ha!
Social's talents are legendary. I mean, were.
More
The lust
slaves
pit
for the lust pits! Ha! 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 So,
It's bad when Eric can predict what you're going to do.
Well, I'm sure how long it will take us to journey there and return will depend on how many rubbings we need to take while in there.
Many
But,
rubbings.
I'm sure she's all for the rubbing thing.
Well, you do as much rubbing as you think is necessary.
oh. If it's well decorated, we may be doing an extensive amount of rubbing, but we'll try to return to you with all haste.
Oh, I can certainly understand, but I really can't wait to see the efforts of your rubbings.
It will be a pleasure to show them to you, my lady.
Oh, the pleasure will be all mine.
I very much doubt that.
These hands weren't made for rubbing.
I think we all knew this is how the tone of the Lust Shard is going to be.
Who? Ha!
All right.
The shard for Gary.
So,
Yeah.
anything else?
You think it's a shot for Gary?
As if there is anything that you can say thing that I haven't already got before you. Although that thing that you just made me look up did actually scare me.
Well,
That was from a scientist's point of view, not from a...
He's obviously expanding your vocabulary into various orify.
Mhm.
It's all about the orify.
Is there anything else you would like to talk with Ayava about, or have you just reached the agreement to know what she wants right now?
Yeah, just general what she wants. If she knows of anything, legends of, that kind of statue. I mean, it is a giant statue, apparently.
Yeah, what does she know about it? She seems pretty interested in it.
Well, of course, anything of particular art that she finds fancy. She has heard that there's a particularly graphic door, and Gary, make me a knowledge religion check.
Religion. Oh, that is up there with my diplomacy. 28.
Woo!
Right.
Go Gary.
So, you can determine from some of her art little symbols hidden here and there, as well as an altar that's not quite covered properly by a curtain. You think that she might be somewhat of a believer or worshiper or something of the demon lord Nocticula.
Nocticula. So Gary might be familiar with that, but
How might one spell that?
Nocticula.
holy crap, I guessed right.
That means I pronounced it good, I guess. I always have trouble with some of those ones. Let's see what we know on Nocticula. Demon Lord, so that's going to
Demon
be...
Lord. Are these those Imperial Lords or whatever that...
Hey! You actually know more than you think you do. From what little you can see of her shrine, there is in fact a symbol for an Imperial, whatever it's pronounced, Lord.
Ooh. I will commit the symbol to memory to sketch down as soon as we leave the place.
It's entirely possible she would also be interested in something of that. Anyway.
Hey, Lockhart, Nocticula's a woman.
She's still called a Demon Lord.
Okay. It says
Yeah,
they're called the Lady in Shadow.
Yeah. Female
Yeah.
Demon Lord of Assassins, Darkness, and Lust.
Hoo-ah!
Huh! Etc. Lust pits.
Kinky looking.
I have no
Singing Hand of
picture.
Fiery Doom.
Right.
Yeah, she'll do.
So yes. General stuff. I mean, as far as Demon Lords go, not the worst. But
Not the... All right. Oh, found pictures. Ooh.
Is she rude?
No, not really. Just a bit fiery.
The red outfit's kind of nice with a high ponytail on the whip.
Where are you?
where are you seeing a whip?
Where are you two seeing a picture?
I've got a picture.
There's linked in the chat. The one I saw. At least that's the one that caught my eye. This-
Oh. No, that's probably like a cleric of her.
Yeah. I've seen better. That one with the
I'm not even sure that's quite her holy symbol, to be honest.
whip and the wasp is cool.
Yeah, I'm looking on page 21 of the Book of the Damned, Volume 2.
Yeah, I don't really have books.
I have this one. How about this for a picture?
Confirm external link. Not bad.
Yeah, that's her too.
Is that her being horny, or is that the back of a chair or something?
You've got like the
That is her hair. How she
Oh.
keeps it.
That's a headpiece. It's awesome.
She's got claws for.
Oh yeah, I thought you'd like it, my love. It's many, many horns.
Apparently, Eric likes it because she has what hands for boobs.
Hands for
like
boobs.
grabbing.
So I'll make the secret sign as I give her
Her
head farewell to it.
You give her the what?
Unfortunately, the secret sign is lopping out your penis and chopping it in half.
Oh,
I
well.
can get behind that.
no,
Lengthwise.
Wow.
I haven't learned the spell to heal that one yet.
No, you just have to splint it together and hope for the best.
Anyway, okay, so I think we've covered most of the points in town I wanted to.
Woo!
Do we fast forward to the end of the week, or is there anything in particular you guys want?
I think
purchased
we're gonna
done
spend-
in town.
I think we're going to spend the rest of the week probably writing and finishing up our stuff,
Okay,
so we can present it and get that off our plate before we travel to the fens.
so
I want to see if I can enchant that amulet as a natural armor.
if you pay the money, you'll be able to find the time and are capable of doing that.
Alright. And I want to,
Okay.
since we've got access to the Headmark's library of nice things on Thassalon and stuff,
Mhm.
see if there's reference to this sunken Baccaran or the Doomsday Doors. Just
Baccarin
like
is
it.
that was one of the Rune Lord kingdoms,
Ah,
and on Earthfall, several of them just fell into the ocean essentially. Sort of a bit of an Atlantis type thing.
do we know which Rune Lord's kingdom it might have been?
I'm not sure. I think it's Wrath, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
Ah! Pearl the Lasnist.
one
Essentially,
of her predecessors.
like the coast that Megamar's on is like this edge area of Bakrakhan.
Well, that would make sense, because wasn't that big...
So like where the
Fire.
Iris Band used to go to.
Yeah,
exactly.
which can turn to Angry Temple.
Yeah, yeah. If I recall, it's the land of Wrath. But yeah, that's essentially what it is.
Okay.
If I correct myself later, but it's one of those kingdoms.
We trust you, Lockhart.
So, anything else, or do I just do a final little bit of info and other stuff dump?
We'll wait and see how much... Do we get any cash for all this writing we're doing?
So,
When do we ever get cash for writing?
Well, I'm just thinking it might balance out what we buy if we get paid for it.
you will get... so, you've mentioned the Sahedron's shrine to Knaven Hydemark.
Mhm.
He's also very interested in the map of the Rift Siphon that you guys create, as well as samples of the runes on the walls.
Did we go back and deactivate that?
We talked about it, but
You did that at some point during this, where essentially
Okay.
we're assuming you do what you want to do for the most part.
I think we're going backwards and forwards anyway to get these drawings correct. so-
Basically, at one point, you go there, you pry off some panels, you do a couple accidental summonings, and you deactivate it.
just
Sounds
enough to give us
fair.
1,500 XP of killing things from the hells.
Well, it might be worth dragging back one of those statues for the sculpted lady. I bet you'd like an Elasnist.
Not really her thing, no. Too
No?
much clothing.
Too much clothing, yeah, it's true.
How did a giant, fleshy, stinky...
There was the image of Alisnist, and I'm not sure, there was a Clilops.
Clip off.
Yeah, the big
Clip-off.
thing under the
Yeah,
mountain.
Did you identify which one it was?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Thing did. Thing identified
remember.
that.
I like
So
Max my skill.
Alisnist and Yameth Soth.
Yes, that's right.
He's
Wait.
interested in that.
We had that.
There was the Alisnist statue that can serve as a remote observer, which I believe you identified as well.
Yes.
The one statue that you believed could be taken control of by Alisnist if she was still conscious. And then he also is very interested in the image of Alisnist and that one person she was fighting. That Thing just can't quite identify.
He's like,
Need to come back in a few levels.
tip of his tongue, tip of his tongue.
We'll say between Sheila, Knaven, and Gary working at it, you're able to identify him as Thybodos, who was the previous Rune Lord of Wrath,
Ah.
who Alisnist killed to gain her position. And of course, there is very little information on him at all.
And here we have an image of both Rune Lords of Wrath together.
Hugging. Having
So,
a party.
Unfortunately,
Party.
while the
Are they
illustration,
hugging or are they cuddling?
well, the illustration is manageable for your report, it's not very artistic. However, all the same, for these discoveries, Knaven gives you an additional 2,000 gold pieces.
Woo! Adding it to the pile for now.
And
What?
This is what you're saying. My house is distant.
for the maps of the crow, Sheila rewards each of you with a wayfinder.
Ooh.
What does it do?
Look up wayfinder.
It's
Oh.
got,
Pathfindery thing.
got the slot for the for an ion stone.
And between the maps and your Pathfinder Chronicle draft, you will increase your Pathfinder Society fame by 9 and have 9 prestige points for your accomplishments.
That's exciting. What does that mean?
It's in the player's guide.
Yeah, you can spend them on things.
You spend them on stuff.
Cool.
Where will I log prestige points?
I'm putting it at the bottom of my gear list.
To end off the night of Info Dump,
Woo! Info dump.
we have Sheila's notes.
Ah.
+9 fame.
Ah. Ah. Ooh, pretty.
Shadow's Wrath. Must.
Shadow Star consists of 7 shards, each attuned to a different school of Thassalon magic, and each crafted from a different sky metal. Each also bears its own unique curse that can be countered by fixing a specific type of ion stone. The shards are linked in sequence, with each shard pointing the way to one of the shards' oppositional school, as defined by Thassalon's School of Magic. In this way, you can use the shards themselves as a roadmap to the next shard, but bear in mind that whoever possesses the final shard, the Shard of Sloth, may well be able to use that shard to find their way back around to the first. My notes indicate that the curse of the final shard might be enough to counteract the compulsion to seek out the next in the sequence, though. So that should grant some level of safety, if indeed the final shard is in someone's possession, and not hidden away in some long-forgotten vault. In any event, I've learned the sequence of the remaining 5 shards, along with their associated sky metal and rumored powers. Those
You're cutting out, dude.
I'm cutting out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Start it in any event.
Where was it here? In any event, I've learned the sequence of the 5 remaining shards, along with their associated Ironstone, Sky Metal, and Rumored Powers. Those shards are as follows. The Shard of Lust, associated with enchantment magic, made of Why do they put two consonants next to each other?
Just to torment you.
It's exotic.
I believe it's a J word. It's a J like gin.
Jezet? Jezet alloy?
Jezet, yeah.
Jezet. Pink and green sphere Ironstone allows limited mind control and enhances ability to react to sudden danger.
For mind control.
The Shard of Gluttony, associated with necromancy magic, made of Inubrix, pink rhomboid ironstone, increase ability to withstand danger and grants the power to absorb the health of foes.
Nice.
Tasty.
Shard of Envy, associated with abjuration magic, made of Noqual, Dusty Rose Prism Ironstone, enhances defenses and the dispelling of magic. Shard of Wrath, associated with evocation magic, made of Sycotite, deep red sphere ironstone, allows the creation of bursts of fire and enhances weapon damage. And finally, the Shard of Sloth. Whoops, back to Lust. Associated.
2 Lust shards.
Everyone loves a bit of Lust. Shard of Sloth, associated with conjuration magic, made of Abyssium. Incandescent blue sphere ironstone allows the summoning of monstrous minions and provides insight and focus to spellcasting. In addition, by the end of the week, Sheila has received one of the ironstones she has commissioned and is able to present you with the pink and green sphere ironstone, the next one you need.
Cool.
So one of us should slot it in our Wayfinder, and
I'm guessing you should have it as it's charisma based.
oh yes,
You need all the charisma you can get.
And I think that is generally it for the info dump.
all right.
What does it mean when you have an iron stone in a wayfinder?
It acts just as though you have it floating around your head, possibly gives a small bonus.
Looking. Pink and green sphere. We'll give you a +1 bonus to will saves.
And +2 enhancement to charisma.
Yeah. Nice.
It would happen that Thing's shard is the Lust shard.
That's funny. And then what have we got? Pink rhomboid ironstone is going to be Constitution, I think?
So that's anyone.
So that's anybody. What else we got? Dusty pink rose. Dusty rose. Prism? Prism is initiative and insight on armor class.
That's lame.
Deep red sphere is dexterity. And incandescent blue sphere
Guessing strength.
is wisdom. Strength was mine.
That's right.
So you've got all of this. So the only one that isn't a stat boost is the gluttony shard. No, yes. No, the envy shard.
Envy, yes.
Interesting. Which is an AC and a, other thing. Cool.
So,
Insight to AC.
then yes. I think if you have all your money now. If you want to kind of determine if there's any other purchase you want to make.
Do you want to...
Sheila does mention that there's a ship in town where she knows the captain, and if you wish to travel by ship, there's a possibility. Or, of course, you can always go by land as well.
What's the difference? Time-wise.
Mostly, and, well, I
Low
mean, a
price.
certain amount of relative danger.
Right. But I mean, there's relative danger to a sea voyage, right?
The main thing, though, is, well, not really, because it's fairly well-traveled areas.
Okay, not too bad then. I guess we should take a ship. Is she paying for it, or are we paying?
You do not have to pay.
Okay, very good. So, do we want to share what gold we have now? Party?
The gold that we know about, I guess.
Unless we want to go in on it for something.
Well, we have 3,221 gold pieces in the party fund right now. What are you thinking?
Don't know.
Don't know.
Now keep in mind, you might want to keep a pool of gold to be paying Brunsk.
Oh yeah, Brunsk. The
If you plan
expensive.
to keep him along.
A big sack of coin for Brunsk.
We can afford a Type 1 bag of holding.
When I bought a haversack last time,
Oh, you've got. If you have a haversack.
yeah,
What's the difference?
Haversacks will hold some.
Uh-huh.
They're useful. Their main usefulness is holding potions because you can pop them out very easily.
Yeah.
When you look at it about how much they can actually carry, they're not as great as you think. They're not
No.
bags of holding. They are
Just the way to
larger
do it.
than what their regular space is. But
I just figured Gary's carrying around a lot of scrolls and other stuff that's probably going to be.
You're like one scroll case.
the
You
more
probably carry like
extra
20
space
scrolls.
you have, the less you have to worry about me going, how much are you guys actually carrying?
Yeah.
And I was going.
We'll
"Son,
leave it.
got that."
We've been pretty close to the city, so we've been able to like ferry shit back.
That's kind of been the thing.
So right now we might want to look at something that can carry something. Type 1 bag of holding will be 2,500 gold and will allow us to carry a maximum of 250 pounds and be a total of 30 cubic feet in volume.
That sounds pretty good.
250 pounds, yeah.
250 pounds.
Like
Or if we can manage to scrape up 5,000, we can get a Type 2, which will give us 500 pounds and 70 cubic feet of volume.
30 cubic feet at 250 pounds, that's low density.
Yeah.
What do you think?
So we just need to go, we need to basically double the price for...
Yeah, we have 3,000. Hang on. We have 3,221 in the party fund right now. So you'd need to, if we wanted to, we'd need to dig out another 2 grand essentially
Yeah.
to be able to get to the next level, or not. We don't have to buy a bag of holding. We can just hope we don't find anything massive that we want to take, or anything that's particularly cumbersome. Because it's not even like we can take a cart down there because it's a bog.
Yeah. We might be able to lash together a raft type thing to portage.
Well, you might be able to take like a mule or 2, but you know. But it sounds like this witch woman might be a base of operations, so we might be able to come back to her and store stuff with her.
Guess we'll know after we do our few favors and
Well, I
gain
mean,
her trust.
we need to know now because we're not going to be able to buy anything when we're down there.
Yeah. Carting stuff's really helpful, although I'm thinking we might want something for more, also to get some items against like poison or something if we need to.
We have poison. We
We've
have,
got poison.
Immunity to poison.
Disease is the disease, or level drain would be really nasty, but so
Right.
far we've ran into minimal undead.
how big's your
a lot of
handy?
hell stuff.
How big's your handy haversack? Your handy haversack was 2 grand, dude.
The problem is it's separated into 3 pockets, so I can't carry
Yeah.
any big things.
Large central portion can hold 8 cubic feet or 80 pounds of material. And you have 2 cubic feet or 20 pounds of weight for the side pouches.
Because when you actually think about it, like 8 cubic feet is not really big.
No, not compared to 25 cubic feet or whatever it is, 30 cubic feet.
It's good for being able to shove stuff in your rucksack and reduce the weight and bulk, but
Well, you really get it, so you can pop potions out of it. But I mean, for a $500 difference, you're better off going with a Type 1 bag of holding, I would have thought, just for the hugeness of it.
Well, but again, like he is the person who's going to have scrolls and potions.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm carrying around bone dust and all sorts of other fun things.
Yeah, but that's just in your spell component pouch.
Some of those focuses can be heavy. But
Hmm. But, I don't know, what do you think? Or is there something else you want to look at?
How much gold do you have to play around with in the pool?
If we're looking at party pool, 3,300 gold, roughly.
Because I'm pretty sure Lindsay spent most of her money on her magic weapon.
She did.
Except most
We have 3,221 in party pool.
Hmm.
We could
I'm
just,
not going to find anything stellar, but
well, we could just split it and take 1,000 each, and then see what's left. Or we could just leave it in the party pool.
leave it for now.
3,000. You can get a cauldron of brewing.
Yeah, there's not a lot for 1,000 gold. Hey, 1,600 and something, you could probably get something good thing.
That's true.
Yeah,
Well, I'm spending some cash.
I'm surprised you're not trying to buy a few. Well, maybe
Never
no.
mind.
Actually, you already have braces of armor. You already have cheap braces of armor.
I do, yeah.
I forgot you found them.
I'll have
See,
my
if I-
natural armor.
If I didn't have braces of armor, I'd be looking at something like maybe a wand of mage armor.
Well, but I mean, there's even things like cloaks of resistances and whatnot.
Ring of protection.
Amulet of natural armor and stuff.
How much to load up on rubbing supplies and such?
Next, nothing. She probably supplies you with a few sheets of parchment and some charcoal herself.
I'll pick up an extra sketchbook and stuff while we're out just to have
For
that.
Gary's private sketches of Sorcery.
That's funny.
I'd hate to run out while we're so far away.
Well, that's sorry. That was something I liked about the first Rune Lords books. There's this one character that has these like naked sketches of his girlfriend and stuff in his journal,
Yeah.
and for some reason, it was just kind of kept in party inventory forever because it's one of those story type items that's not really valuable.
Funny.
And at one point,
Reservoir of physical prowess.
my character opens up a bar and names it the person's journal, and has it like on display into the sort of naughty drawing section of it because it's tavern and brothel.
Gary, do you have 2.5 grand of gold?
No.
Well, even with the 600 you stole?
No.
No, it's a shame.
Not after having bought that haversack last time.
I'm going to say, because a ring of sustenance would have been terribly useful for you.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of the first things I buy as a spellcaster.
It still doesn't let him prepare spells more than once in 24 hours.
No, it doesn't, but it means that he can rest less, so if we're interrupted, he's not ballsed up the next day.
It varies depending on the casters. He's divine, so it doesn't matter for him anyway.
I thought he still had to rest.
Arcanes are the ones that have to rest. Divines
I'm not
are the
using
ones
my
that
own
have to have
energy.
a moment of meditation, usually.
Moment of meditation.
But it varies. They make it different. The weirder spellcasters get. Who knows what alchemists have to do?
Apparently nothing. They just have to do some chemistry in the morning.
So do we get an AXP for killing me or driving off the Black Kiss boys or whatever?
Are we done and ready for XP then?
Apparently Gary is done and ready for XP.
Where did my calculator go?
Did we decide to divide, hold, or are we still trying to...
I don't know, we can't decide on an item, so we may as well hold it for now. If you don't want a bag of holding, that's about all I can think of
Well,
to
I mean,
take.
you guys can always decide before you leave, so you have however long a week or whatever.
We can have a think.
So, for Mysteries of the Crow, which are all of those little points of note that you did for Knaven,
200 million experience.
is 400 experience each for a total of 2,000.
Woo! That's good. That's real good.
For Map of the Crow, which was Sheila's little side quest of mapping the crow, there is 1,200 XP.
Woo!
And for confronting and defeating 3 Black Hiss boys, you get 1,800. Unfortunately, you do not get the bonus experience for helping him out before he's rendered unconscious.
Oh, that's because
We didn't get a lot of chance there.
because you criticaled. That sucks.
I admit it's not the most fair. It's only a small amount of experience.
So why wouldn't we? What? I don't understand. Why would that be extra XP?
Because it's
We did
Heroic.
waste resources healing him.
well, no, you still you still have a good time with him, but it's not as good.
Still good.
He's not as helpful.
We're not going to complain. We might have been able to get there had we not been 40 feet away.
Although I still think we're going to probably just make it. Yeah.
I'm thinking. If we're like a handful of XP short, I'm coming up to Canada, Lockhart.
Let's see. It might be like that. So it's 5,000 divided by 3. 1,667?
Is that enough?
1667. Oops, where did that go?
What?
Oh, my stupid spreadsheet's messing up.
You have a spreadsheet for this?
My whole character sheet's a spreadsheet.
We're using like the only sheet or whatever it's called.
We 23,308. We hit 6th.
Woo!
Yay.
By how much? 308.
Yeah.
Cool. 6th level, we rock. Feel our 60 levelness. Feel how much more expensive Brunst just got. We should have paid him before we leveled.
Unfortunately, it won't let us play him in advance too long.
Before you level.
Do we get a feat at this level?
Nope, next level.
Nope. No feat, no ability score.
6th level tends to be slightly boring, except for class features.
What are feats? When do you get feats? First,
Odd levels.
odd levels. I could think it's even levels.
And if someone picks up leadership for Brunsk at 7th level, you might not have to pay for him at all anymore. He just follows you because he's friends with you now.
Assuming you can meet his cohort level.
He'll be levelable. Anyway,
If he's our level, I don't think we can have him.
he's not your level.
Oh, is he not?
He's never been your level.
Oh, I always assumed he was, as he's so competent and
No,
as competent as us.
no, that's just how terrifying I can actually build things.
That's
He's got
terrifying.
focused competency.
He's got
Pretty
focus
dangerous.
competency.
I get a bonus feat at this level, apparently, and they're all awful.
But in any event, I'm a little tired here, so perhaps we can do the
Okay.
leveling next time and say goodnight to recording and whatnot.
Sure we
Good
can.
night,
That was
people.
4 hours and 6 minutes, just saying. And it didn't crash.
Hey,
Alright, people. Say goodnight.
Night.
bye.
Say goodnight.
Bye.
There we go. Night, Eric's hand.